Chapter 0061. Even though Duan Lingtian and Li Fei didn't make any real progress for the time being. For now, Li Fei wasn't disgusted by him anymore, and to him, this was good news in itself. Now what he needed to do was strike the iron while it was still hot. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly as he asked Li Fei, "Tomorrow afternoon, I plan to take a trip to the misty forest with Kair. Are you interested? Asking me to be a third wheel? I won't go." Li Fei gave Duan Lingtian a disdainful glance. "Then forget it. I was even thinking of bringing you along to see a snow python, hee, a fierce beast comparable to a nascent soul powerhouse. That's something that is rarely seen in anyone's lifetime." Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh on purpose. "What? Snow python?" Li Fei's clear eyes shone and her beautiful and seductive face emitted a slight excitement. She had heard of the news from before. A snow python had appeared in the misty forest. This news caused her to feel incomparably shocked, and in her heart she was filled with curiosity and yearning. Duan Lingtian lowered his head, busy playing with the little black python on his own. "Hey, you really have a way to meet the snow python?" Li Fei asked in a light voice. Duan Lingtian didn't raise his head as if he didn't hear her. "Hey," Li Fei groaned. Duan Lingtian had a lazy expression as he slowly said, "Hey what? My name isn't Hey, weren't you uninterested?" "You." Suddenly, Li Fei seemed agitated. Her clear eyes had signs of tearing up as if she would cry at any moment. "What are you doing? What's there to cry about? I'll bring you along." He was thrown into a panic as the scene before him was something he never expected. From his past life until this present lifetime, the thing he couldn't stand seeing the most was a woman's tears. "You promised. You're not allowed to shamelessly go against your word." Li Fei's seducing and beautiful face emitted a smile that showed that her scheme had succeeded. "I got cheated." Only now did Duan Lingtian realize, and he had a bitter smile on his face. Li Fei and Kair were complete polar opposites. Maybe it was this that caused him to fall in love with Li Fei at first sight. That night, after dinner, Duan Lingtian sent Li Fei home. Only now did he notice that Li Fei's house was right behind his, only divided by a small alley. Even if he walked through the main door, circling around wouldn't even be a few tens of meters distance. And if he were to directly leap over the wall, he could even save on the extra distance. After returning home, Duan Lingtian entered his room and started to cultivate. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique Spirit Serpent Form Mental Cultivation Method had already been cultivated to the highest stage. What he needed to do now was to cultivate the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's second form. Raging Python form. Now that his fleshly body had reached the peak of the body tempering stage, Duan Lingtian noticed that the 7 Treasures body tempering liquid had become completely useless to him. What he needed to do now was cultivate his Raging Python form mental cultivation method to develop origin energy. Once he develops his origin energy, he will be a core formation martial artist. His strength would once again increase. "Tomorrow, I'll go buy some origin gathering pills. It's going to cost me an arm and leg." Duan Lingtian had a painful expression. The origin gathering pill is a grade 8 medicinal pill. A type of medicinal pill that assists body tempering martial artists in increasing their speed of developing origin energy. It's a medicinal pill used for stepping into the core formation stage, so it's extremely expensive. A single pill costs 10,000 silver. Martial artists with good natural talent need to consume at least 10 origin gathering pills if they want to step into the core formation stage in a short amount of time. Martial artists with bad natural talent, on the other hand, need at least tens of pills. Of course, it wasn't necessary. But if not consumed, even a martial artist with good natural talent would need to spend a few years of bitter cultivation in order to break through to the core formation stage. For example, the core formation martial artists of the Fresh Breeze Town branch family, including its patriarch, Li Nanfeng, and all its elders. When all of them cultivated from the body tempering stage to the core formation stage all those years ago, even the individuals among them with good natural talent used 3 to 5 years of time, whereas the individuals with bad natural talent used 7 to 8 years of time. Not due to any other reason, but just because they didn't have the capability to use origin gathering pills. During this year's clan martial meet, including Li Fei, the 5 youth geniuses were only able to step into the core formation stage at the mere age of 18 because besides having good natural talent, they consumed origin gathering pills. Medicinal pills were capable of changing a person's life. This was the reason alchemists had such a lofty position in Cloud Continent. The higher the alchemist's grade, the higher his status. They are figures that are fought over for by various powers. It's too bad that I haven't developed my origin energy. Once I do so, I'll be a grade 9 alchemist. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. If an ordinary person wanted to become an alchemist, even with extremely high alchemist natural talent and with the guidance of a master, it would still require a few years of painstaking cultivation to master the rudiments. However, Duan Lingtian possessed the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor. Rebirth Martial Emperor was a royal grade alchemist. In terms of alchemy, he could be considered the second Rebirth Martial Emperor. As long as his origin energy fulfilled the required conditions, he would be an alchemist with extremely abundant experience. What other alchemists knew, he knew. What other alchemists didn't know, he still knew. The pressing matter at the moment is developing origin energy and stepping into the core formation stage so that I can become an alchemist. At that time, I can refine medicinal pills that increase the core formation stage cultivation, and even let Mother undergo a metamorphosis, allowing her to cultivate a top-ranked cultivation method. Duan Lingtian drew in a deep breath. His attention quickly returned to the Raging Python form mental cultivation method. After looking through the Raging Python method mental cultivation method for a while, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. As expected of the cultivation method created by Rebirth Martial Emperor who had undergone 2 lifetimes, this 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's second form, Raging Python form, besides allowing the cultivator to develop origin energy like ordinary martial artists, it also allowed the cultivator to temper the fleshy body with origin energy, causing the fleshy body to undergo another metamorphosis. Once Duan Lingtian cultivated to the first level of the core formation stage by relying upon the Raging Python form, besides controlling similar origin energy as ordinary martial artists, he could still use his origin energy to temper his fleshly body, allowing his fleshly to once again undergo a metamorphosis. The mere strength of the fleshly body would transform from the current strength of 3 ancient mammoths to a strength of 4 ancient mammoths. Adding on the origin energy which was comparable to the strength of an ancient mammoth. In other words, the moment he steps into the first level of the core formation stage, he will possess the strength of 5 ancient mammoths. The strength of 5 ancient mammoths. Compared to the 4th level of the core formation stage, it was slightly weaker. Compared to the 3rd level of the core formation stage, it would be slightly stronger. Drawing in a deep breath, Duan Lingtian started to cultivate. But without origin gathering pills, his cultivation process was extremely slow. Until late into the night, there wasn't any obvious progress. I'm still too impatient. Shaking his head, Duan Lingtian went off to sleep. He slept until the sky was bright. Morning the next day. After eating breakfast, he brought Kair along and left. He arrived once again at the medicine store in the Aurora City trade market that he sold his 6 treasures body tempering liquid at. Customer, you've finally arrived. Seeing Duan Lingtian, the manager seemed as if he had found his savior. He hurriedly came over and greeted him. What, you're all sold out? Duan Lingtian laughed. It's all sold out, an entire 2,000 portions, completely sold. The manager nodded, withdrawing a stack of silver bills from his pocket and handing them over to Duan Lingtian. This is. Duan Lingtian was dazed. Customer, you concocted 2,000 portions of 6 treasures body tempering liquid the other day. I sold them at a price of 200 silver a portion, but the supply wasn't enough to meet the demand. According to our agreement, you get 80% of the sales, which totals to 320,000 silver. Deducting the 200,000 silver I gave you the other day, this is the balance 120,000 silver. The manager explained. 200 silver a portion. Duan Lingtian was startled, following which he shook his head and laughed. You really need to be shrewd to do business. Customer, since you're here, how about you concoct the 6 treasures body tempering liquid once more? The manager looked at Duan Lingtian with anticipation. I came here this time because of that. Help me prepare the medicinal materials. Duan Lingtian nodded. They are already ready. When Duan Lingtian and Kair entered the small room and saw the 2 large crocks and the large pile of medicinal materials, they were both stupefied. This time, he spent an entire 2 hours to concoct the 2 large crocks of 6 treasures body tempering liquid. After checking the wares, the manager was slightly worried as he said, Customer, I don't have much liquid funds on hand, so I'll only be able to give you 200,000 silver in advance. How about it? Once these medicinal liquids are sold out, I'll give you the remaining silver. After all, no matter which medicine store Duan Lingtian brought this batch of 6 treasures body tempering liquid to, he would still be able to sell it and maybe even get a higher price. It's not a problem, of course. I trust you, manager. Duan Lingtian nodded, putting away another 200,000 silver bills. Sometimes, trust went two ways. Manager, it can't be that you alone divided the large crock of 6 treasure body tempering liquid from last time into 2,000 portions, right? Duan Lingtian looked at the manager with a strange gaze. Of course not. I couldn't trust others, so I got people from my family members to divide it. The manager laughed. Oh yeah, manager, do you know which medicine store in the Aurora City Trade Market sells Origin Gathering pills? Duan Lingtian inquired. Origin Gathering pills? I'm afraid you probably need to go to the branch medicine stores that are under the 3 great clans of Aurora City. Customer, your Li clan's branch medicine store, Spirit Reserves Pavilion, is just at the street in front. The manager pointed outside. Duan Lingtian nodded as he took Kair along and left the medicine store. After a short moment, he arrived at the Spirit Reserves Pavilion the manager spoke about. As expected of the Li clan's branch medicine store, the total area of the Spirit Reserves Pavilion was extremely large, and even divided into 2 floors. Customer, may I know what you need? After just entering the door, an attendant greeted in a respectful tone. I want some Origin Gathering pills. Duan Lingtian proclaimed his reason for coming. The Origin Gathering pills are on the 2nd floor. Customer, please follow me. The attendant brought Duan Lingtian and Kair to the 2nd floor. This customer here needs some Origin Gathering pills, the attendant told the female attendant behind the counter before returning to the 1st floor. Customer, may I ask how many Origin Gathering pills you need? The female attendant had average looks, but her smile was extremely cheerful and bright. Duan Lingtian patted the silver pills in his pocket before slowly saying, give me 32 pills. Hearing what he said, the female attendant was shocked. But she quickly reacted anyway. Customer, are you sure it's 32 pills? 1 Origin Gathering pill is. The female attendant was slightly hesitant. As 10,000 silver, right? Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently as he withdrew the stack of silver bills he got from the medicine store manager, directly throwing it on the counter. Customer, I'm sorry, I'll go prepare them for you right away. After seeing so many silver bills, she knew that the youth wasn't joking. The female attendant let out a breath of cold air before replying to him and going to prepare the Origin Gathering pills. Young master, what medicinal pill are you buying? It's so expensive. Kair playfully poked out her tongue with an expression of shock. Duan Lingtian smiled as he said, the Origin Gathering pill, it's a medicinal pill that can help us to break through to the core formation stage earlier. Chapter 0062. Spending money like drinking water was exactly what Duan Lingtian was doing right now. 32 Origin Gathering pills cost him all the silver bills he had gotten from the medicine store manager earlier. These silver bills hadn't even gotten warm before he spent them. But Duan Lingtian did not regret it one bit. In the journey of cultivation, if you wanted to take shortcuts, then you must certainly be willing to spend money. Noon. Duan Lingtian had just finished eating lunch with his family when Li Fei arrived. She wore light violet clothes that were slightly tight, making the young girl who seemed to be maturing like a honey peach look like a seductive rosé. Her gracefully slender figure charmed all living creatures. Duan Lingtian's lower regions were burning. This Li Fei was really an attractive beauty. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian withdrew his greedy eyes and instead gazed toward Li Fei's right hand. At this moment, on the slender fingers of Li Fei's white, jade-like hands, besides her thumb, they all had pitch-black rings on them. These rings were interconnected to each other, looking simple and unadorned. Spirit weapon, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. His face had a shocked expression. Besides being a royal-grade alchemist, Rebirth Martial Emperor was also a royal-grade weapons craftsman. Duan Lingtian inherited his memories, so he was able to recognize with a glance that the rings on Li Fei's hand was a spirit weapon. Grade 9 spirit weapon. He remembered that during the clan martial meet yesterday, Li Fei didn't use this spirit weapon. Or else Lian would certainly not be her match. Li Fei quickly noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze descending upon her right hand. She couldn't help but be visibly moved as her heart jerked. Could it be that he recognized that the thing on her hand was a spirit weapon? After a moment, Duan Lingtian gave her the answer. Little Fei, during the clan martial meet, why didn't you use this grade 9 spirit weapon? If you had used it, Lian would not necessarily be your match. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he gave her a spurious smile. I wanted to use it, but my grandfather took it away saying it would be unfair to the others, Li Fei said with a slight, hidden bitterness. She was slightly shocked in her heart. This Duan Lingtian was actually able to identify the spirit weapon on her hand with only just a glance. After all, only a weapons craftsman with great experience and eyesight could do so. Otherwise, even if the cultivation of the martial artist was extremely high, they would still only be able to notice and identify the spirit weapon when it was utilized. She suddenly felt that it was even harder to see through this youth than before. There seemed to be a cloud of mist surrounding him. For a moment, a boundless curiosity arose in her heart. She yearned to open up this cloud of mist and completely see through Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded as he slowly said, "That's true. Your spirit weapon, although it's a grade 9 spirit weapon, the abilities it amplifies is nearly on par with a grade 8 spirit weapon. I assume the grade 9 weapons craftsman that refined this spirit weapon for you has already touched the grade 9 threshold." The words that Duan Lingtian spoke struck her like lightning. The fact that her grandfather was soon to become a grade 8 weapons craftsman was something she only recently found out. She was certain that besides her and her grandfather, there was absolutely no third person that knew about this in the entire Li clan. But now the youth who had only glanced at the spirit weapon on her hand was able to ascertain that her grandfather was soon to become a grade 8 weapons craftsman. "You, how did you notice?" Li Fei's tone was hurried, slightly impatient to know the answer. "You want to know?" Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously. Li Fei hurriedly nodded. "This is my secret. Besides my women, I won't tell anyone else." The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into an evil smile. She said, in an angry manner, If you don't want to say, then don't. I don't really care." How could Li Fei not realize that Duan Lingtian was flirting with her? "You really don't care?" Duan Lingtian asked again. "Don't care." Li Fei was currently angry, so she replied in a very straightforward manner. Dian Lingtian purposely sighed as he slowly said, "Okay, then forget it. I originally wanted to warn you that although the weapons craftsman that refined this spirit weapon for you is soon to become a grade 8 weapons craftsman, I still hope you advise him not to forcefully increase the grade of his weapon flame for the time being." "What do you mean?" Li Fei's seductive and beautiful face slightly turned pale. Duan Lingtian didn't answer Li Fei's question but instead said, "If I'm not wrong, recently, every day deep into the night, the weapons craftsman feels the origin energy inside his body having a burning feeling. It's so bad that he even has a hard time falling asleep." Li Fei's face turned slightly red as she angrily said, "How did you know the current condition of my grandfather? You crossed over the wall to peek into our house." This was something she knew about, and she even specially got some soothing medicines for her grandfather, but they were all useless. "Do I seem like such a bored person?" Duan Lingtian was speechless. He was kindly trying to warn Li Fei but instead was unjustly accused. He didn't continue to say anything more. He admitted that he was amorous, but he wouldn't commit such a vulgar act. Li Fei noticed that Duan Lingtian didn't have any intention of paying attention to her anymore. This made her realize that she might have unjustly accused him. Could it be that everything Duan Lingtian said was through what he observed from the spirit weapon on her hand? But this was truly unbelievable. Drawing in a deep breath, Li Fei turned to Kair for help. "Young master, don't be angry anymore. Big sister Li Fei didn't do it intentionally." Kair persuaded him with a light smile. "Kair, everyone needs to be responsible for what they have done. You can help her for a time, but you can't help her for a lifetime," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Kair realized that the young master was really angry. She could only look at Li Fei with an expression that showed that she was powerless to assist her. Li Fei's face turned red out of anger. Her clear eyes contained tears. "This again?" Duan Lingtian looked at her with a cold and indifferent gaze as he ignored her. "You're bullying me, woo-woo." Li Fei finally exploded, her tears flowing as she cried, unable to be stopped. "FK, she's really crying." Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. He didn't feel wronged after being unjustly accused, but this little girl, what was she feeling wronged about? Anyone who didn't know would think he really did bully her. "Tian, did you bully Fei?" Li Ru walked out of the kitchen and looked at Duan Lingtian with a frown. "I didn't." Duan Lingtian was helpless. "Enough, I won't fuss about it with you. Stop crying." In the end, Duan Lingtian chose to compromise. "Woo-woo, you bullied me." But Li Fei's tears were pouring down like the rain, completely without any intention of stopping. "If you want to continue crying, you can wait for something to happen to your grandfather. When Duan Lingtian saw that being gentle didn't work, he directly went with the brutal method. This method was indeed effective. As Duan Lingtian's voice sounded and ended, so did Li Fei's crying. What did you say? You said something might happen to my grandfather. Li Fei's voice was shaking. Her parents were met with an accident when she was still extremely young. So she and her grandfather had only each other to keep company. In her heart, her grandfather was even more important than herself. I sensed a trace of ruthless qi in the spirit weapon he refined. If I'm not wrong, your grandfather probably used an unorthodox method to forcefully increase the grade of his weapon flame. After a prolonged period, the root of his problems have long since been buried deep within him, Duan Lingtian slowly said. At this moment, he seemed to be like a richly experienced weapons craftsman, speaking with reason and evidence. Then what should I do? Li Fei's pretty face turned pale and extremely anxious. It's not like there isn't any method. Ask him to temporarily not increase his weapon flame's grade, or else he won't live for more than 3 months. Duan Lingtian's tone was tranquil. Enough. You go and warn your grandfather. I and Kair will wait for you outside the North City Gate. Get your own horse. He notified Li Fei before returning to his room. After Li Fei left, Duan Lingtian and Kair brought the 2 little pythons along as they left their house and left the Li clan estate. They galloped their horses out of the North City Gate and waited for Li Fei. After half an hour, Li Fei arrived. Li Fei seemed valiant and heroic in bearing as she galloped over. But her expression wasn't really well. What? Duan Lingtian frowned. My grandfather said. Li Fei was hesitant to speak. He didn't believe me, and even said that I'm just a kid. What would I know, right? Duan Lingtian was not one bit surprised. Li Fei lightly nodded. Then there's nothing I can do. Duan Lingtian spread out his hands to express that he had the heart to help but was powerless. My grandfather promised me that before we return, he won't try to increase the grade of his weapon flame. After we return, can you go take a look at my grandfather? As Li Fei finished speaking, she had a begging expression. Duan Lingtian took a deep glance at Li Fei as he asked, What, now you believe me? Li Fei hurriedly nodded. Okay, I'll promise you. Duan Lingtian nodded, following which, he brought along the 2 young girls who were beautiful like flowers straight towards the misty forest. After arriving at the misty forest, Li Fei's mood was much better. But she lacked a bit of the liveliness that she used to have. After all, her grandfather's matter had already become a knot in her heart. After entering the misty forest, Kair asked, Young master, how should we find Little White's and Little Black's father? I don't know either. Let's go to the black python's nest from before. Maybe we can meet the snow python there, Duan Lingtian said. What you mean is, Little Black and Little White are the offspring of the snow python. Li Fei was slightly shocked. That is our current guess. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian's group quickly arrived at the black python's nest. Presently, there were only traces of dried blood outside the black python's nest. The black python's corpse and the corpse of the few youths and young girls had all vanished, probably eaten by fierce beasts. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the 2 little pythons that were coiled around Duan Lingtian and Kair's wrists flashed out. They went directly into the depths of the misty forest. Let's follow them. Duan Lingtian brought Kair and Li Fei along as he followed them. Duan Lingtian guessed that the 2 little pythons might have sensed the presence of their father. This is already the inner area. If we go any deeper, there will be plenty of fierce beasts. Li Fei warned. I know, we'll journey from atop the trees. Duan Lingtian brought the 2 girls along as he climbed up a large tree to the side. Using the dense tree branches as a road, he followed the 2 little pythons. Although the treetops didn't lack bird-type fierce beasts, their numbers were not large as mammal-type fierce beasts. Overall, the top of the trees were much safer. Roar. Suddenly, a beast roar sounded. An enormous fierce beast blocked the path of the 2 little pythons. Looking fiercely at the 2 little things, its sharp fang flickered with devilish brilliance. Not good. Noticing the enormous fierce beast, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grim. It's the savage tiger. Its strength is comparable to a martial artist at the 4th level of the core formation stage. Li Fei's face was slightly pale. Little White, Little Black. Kair's face was filled with worry. Chapter 0063. Hiss hiss. The 2 little pythons' sharp eyes flickered with a fierce light as they stared at the enormous being in front of them. Their tongues flicked swiftly like bolts of lightning. Growl. Suddenly, the savage tiger let out a low growl, dropping down with a loud bang as it lay down on all fours. Its enormous body was slightly trembling as if it were submitting itself in worship. Whoosh, whoosh, the two little pythons ignored the savage tiger, continuing to hurry on with their journey. After transforming into two white and black bolts of lightning, they gradually disappeared ahead. Let's go. Duan Lingtian suppressed his shock and hurriedly followed. Li Fei and Ke both had shocked expressions. In front of the savage tiger, the extremely small little guys were actually able to make the savage tiger submit itself. It was truly inconceivable. Duan Lingtian, however, thought of a possibility. If the two little pythons were really the offspring of the snow python, they would surely have the snow python's aura on their bodies. As a fierce beast that was comparable to a nascent soul stage powerhouse, the snow python was surely one of the leader-ranked existences in the misty forest. Intimidating all beasts was a simple matter to the snow python. Thus, because the two little pythons possessed the aura of the snow python, the savage tiger naturally didn't dare act rashly. It has to be said that the luck of Duan Lingtian's group was quite good. During the entire journey hurrying atop the large trees, they didn't meet any terrifying bird-type fierce beasts. Although the two little pythons bumped into a few mammal-type fierce beasts, they were all threatening but not dangerous encounters, and the snow python's aura frightened those fierce beasts. Everywhere they passed, all beasts submitted themselves. If he didn't see it for himself, Duan Lingtian wouldn't dare believe all this to be true. Eventually, under the lead of the little pythons, Duan Lingtian's group arrived at the deepest area of the misty forest. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound echoed from afar, causing the ground to quake and hills to tremble. The large trees beneath Duan Lingtian's group shook slightly, but they stabilized themselves with great difficulty. Continuing forward, the area in front of them suddenly cleared up. A shocking scene appeared before their eyes. Ahead, on a vast empty space, a gigantic python that was fully snow-white and was 20 or 30 meters long was battling a gray-clothed old man. The python's body was smeared with blood stains, obviously having suffered considerable injuries. The old man was also in a sorry state, and his aura was in disorder. Whoosh! The old man's gaze turned cold as he abruptly lifted his hand. The 3-foot-long blade flickered with a dazzling brilliance. Instantly, a wisp of sword chi condensed into form, accompanying the 3-foot-long blade as it was waved out, piercing through the air as it flashed straight towards the gigantic python. At the same time, the force of heaven and earth shook above the old man and a thick, white mist condensed, transforming into numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes. At least a few hundred. Whoosh! The gigantic python's tail flashed out as if transforming into a white bolt of lightning. Its tail was covered in a layer of force that seemed similar to white mist as it collided with the sword chi. Once again a few hundred ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above the gigantic python, drawing upon the forces of wind and lightning. Bang! The sword chi dissipated and white mist fell. The man and python were equally matched. Origin energy discharge, nascent soul stage powerhouse. Li Fei's face was drenched in sweat and her breath became slightly hurried. Only a nascent soul stage powerhouse was capable of discharging origin energy. Not good. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. His face turned slightly grim as he flew down. Spirit serpent movement technique. Before the two little pythons who didn't understand things rushed into the battlefield, he caught up to them and grabbed them with his hands. Hiss hiss. The two little pythons had eyes filled with anxiousness. Little guys, I know you're worried, but if you go in, it will only cause your father to be distracted. Although he didn't know if the little pythons would understand, Duan Lingtian still explained it to them. Hiss hiss. The two little pythons restlessly watched the nearby python and man that were battling. Meanwhile, Ke and Li Fei came down as well. They arrived beside Duan Lingtian and concealed themselves behind a large tree together. Snow Python, instead of hibernating properly, you came out and killed 6 of Maihe clan origin core disciples, causing Maihe clan's vitality to be injured. Today, I, Zhu Dao, will certainly kill you. I will then shower the souls of Maihe clan disciples with your blood. The gray-clothed old man's sword flashed like lightning as he battled the snow python. His voice was cold and indifferent. Zhu Dao, Li Fei exclaimed in a low voice as her eyes flashed with a cold light. You know of him? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. I heard my grandfather speak of him. He's the supreme elder of Aqua Mist City's He clan, and a formidable nascent soul stage powerhouse. I didn't expect that he would actually move out to take revenge for his He clan's disciples. Li Fei's tone was slightly more hurried. Aqua Mist City's He clan. Only now did Duan Lingtian think of the news that spread about a while back. The few Origin Core martial artists that were killed by the Snow Python were supposedly from Aqua Mist City's He clan. Bang, 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 comma. The battle continued. Duan Lingtian's group was dazed as they watched. He Zhu Dao's and the Snow Python's speed was just too swift. Looks like if I want to kill you today, I must pay a price. Being able to die under this inscription can also be considered your good fortune. He Zhu Dao's cold and indifferent voice was mixed with boundless confidence. Whoosh, he directly flashed towards the Snow Python, moving towards its bloody mouth. Die, He Zhu Dao's voice was cold as ice. The 3-foot-long blade in his hand abruptly glowed with a layer of blood chi as it flew out and entered the Snow Python's bloody mouth. Not good. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grim. He recognized the inscription on He Zhu Dao's spirit weapon. Bang! A loud noise sounded as blood burst forth from below the Snow Python's head. A terrifying force was spreading through the Snow Python's entire body. Strands of blood shot out from every corner of the Snow Python's body, causing it to feel extreme pain and go completely berserk. This was also its last struggle before death. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Comma. The berserk Snow Python swept its tail wildly, continuously smashing upon He Zhu Dao's body, blasting him down to the ground. The python's tail descended over and over again, causing the origin energy on He Zhu Dao's body to be completely destroyed. His aura was dispirited and on the verge of death. Only after the Snow Python's enormous body finally smashed onto the ground did the seriously injured He Zhu Dao show a smile. He had succeeded. Exchanging the life of the Snow Python for himself being seriously injured, it was worth it. As long as he slightly gathered his breath, he could withdraw a grade 7 gold injury pill and recover his injuries. Whoosh, whoosh. The two little pythons broke away from Duan Lingtian's control the moment the Snow Python's body smashed to the ground, flashing towards the Snow Python. Hiss. They arrived in front of the Snow Python and crossed eyes with it. Their eyes gleamed with tears. After the two little pythons appeared, the Snow Python's cold and emotionless completely melted, transforming into strands of doting. Being able to see its children before it died, it didn't have any regrets. At this moment, K.Er and Li Fei had arrived before the Snow Python. K.Er took the little white python in her hand as she gently said to the Snow Python, "We'll take good care of them." The Snow Python's eyes emitted a trace of gratitude before they slowly dimmed down. Hiss. The two little pythons' eyes flickered with the gleam of tears, slowly becoming wet. The seriously injured He Zhu Dao who was far away heard their voices and his face turned grim. The current him was extremely weak, so even an ordinary person was capable of killing him. He quickly noticed that a violet-clothed youth had arrived in front of him. His gaze descended upon the Li clan crest on the chest of the youth. "You're a member of Aurora City's Li clan. I'm good friends with your Li clan's supreme elder Li Chu. Hurry up and feed me the medicinal pill in my hand for me to consume. I will properly reward you. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you." He Zhu Dao's tone was slightly hurried, as if deeply afraid that the youth would attack him. Presently, he didn't even have the strength to lift a hand. Duan Lingtian lowered his head and looked. On He Zhu Dao's palm, a jade-green medicinal pill appeared out of thin air. His eyes abruptly shone. It wasn't because of being shocked by the medicinal pill. Although a grade 7 gold injury pill was valuable, he inherited the memories of the rebirth martial emperor after all, so he didn't consider a grade 7 gold injury pill to be worthy of his notice. His attention descended upon the simple ring on He Zhu Dao's finger. He discerned it to be a spatial ring. The spatial ring was different from a normal ring. It was a type of marvelous ring that contained a space within, able to contain items conveniently. On Cloud Continent, only a weapons craftsman at grade 7 or above was capable of refining a spatial ring. Even the Li clan's patriarch didn't own a spatial ring. Maybe only the Li clan's ancestor had one. Squatting down, Duan Lingtian took the grade 7 gold injury pill in his hand. Quickly, give me, consume." He Zhu Dao's eyes flickered with a light of anticipation. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he asked, "If I let you consume this medicinal pill, are you willing to remove your ownership of the spatial ring and gift it to me?" Once a spatial ring was dripped with one's blood, it formed an ownership, meaning only the owner would be able to use it. Unless the owner removed the ownership of his own free will, or the owner died, others wouldn't be able to use the spatial ring. Instantly, Zhu Dao's pupils constricted. The most valuable item on him was undoubtedly the spatial ring. His breathing became hurried and a killing intent flashed in his eyes. In the end, he painstakingly eased up the agitation in his heart. Gift, I'll gift it. Zhu Dao agreed. Who was Duan Lingtian? A man who lived through battlefields. How could he not have noticed the killing intent that flashed in Zhu Dao's eyes? Duan Lingtian sneered in his heart as he placed his hand on his waist, touching the hilt of his violet meteorite flexible sword. Just when he was preparing to kill Zhu Dao and seize his spatial ring. Don't believe him. Li Fei walked over. Huh. Duan Lingtian was dazed. Zhu Dao can't be trusted. 60 years ago, he even killed his companion who went out on adventures with him. He killed him without hesitation just for a spirit weapon, Li Fei said. You, who are you? Zhu Dao's pupils constricted. This secret was something that in the entire world, only he should know. Maybe you didn't know, but one of the people you killed that year wrote down a blood letter before death and concealed it within his personal belongings. That person was the father of my grandfather. You probably won't forget him for your entire lifetime. Li Fei's eyes emitted a dense hatred. Li Hua. Glancing at the Li clan crest on Li Fei's clothes, Zhu Dao's breathing became rapid. Looks like you've guessed it. Li Fei sneered. So it turns out that you killed my future wife's great-grandfather. You can only blame yourself for being unfortunate. Duan Lingtian's face had a fiendish smile. This was a timely opportunity for him to make use of. Whoosh! His violet meteorite flexible sword soundlessly entered Zhu Dao's chest, piercing through his heart. Chapter 0064. Pucci. The violet meteorite flexible sword descended and blood sprayed everywhere. Li Fei's complexion turned pale. Although she had killed many wild animals in the misty forest, she had never once killed a person. Now that a well and alive person was killed right in front of her eyes, it caused her to feel disgusted and she ran aside to vomit. Putting away the violet meteorite flexible sword, Duan Lingtian extended his hand and removed Zhu Dao's spatial ring. After biting open his index finger, he dripped blood on the ring to establish ownership. Hiss! A feeling of being joined by blood descended upon him. Duan Lingtian's face couldn't help but curl into a smile. Possessing Rebirth Martial Emperor's lifetime worth of memories allowed Duan Lingtian to use the spatial ring like how he directed his arm. FK, so small. When his thoughts entered into the spatial ring, he saw that there was a mere 1 cubic meter of space. He was dazed for a moment before he couldn't stop himself from shouting in vulgarities. You're the He clan's supreme elder, but you're actually using the lowest grade spatial ring. As he said this, Duan Lingtian glanced in contempt at Zhu Dao's body. It was imaginable that if Zhu Dao wasn't dead, he would certainly be angered to the point of spitting blood. Never mind, I'll just improvise. Duan Lingtian didn't wear the spatial ring on his hand but instead kept it in his pocket. The spatial ring wasn't something that could be exposed in public. Only once he steps into the core formation stage and becomes a weapons craftsman, he can alter the spatial ring's outer appearance. Only then could he publicly use the spatial ring. How is this the He clan's supreme elder? He's virtually a pauper. Besides a few grade 7 gold injury pills and a few cultivation methods and martial skills, there is actually only a bit over 100 silver of spare change. After examining the items inside the spatial ring, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but mock him. Duan Lingtian, however, didn't know that as the He clan's supreme elder, Zhu Dao had an extraordinary status. If he wanted money, the He clan would spare no effort to fulfill his request, so he didn't have a need of keeping silver on his body. His face represented an enormous wealth. Following this was destroying the corpse and obliterating all tracks. Duan Lingtian lit a fire and directly burned Zhu Dao's corpse. Where's the snow python's nest? After looking for a long while, Duan Lingtian was unable to locate the snow python's nest. His treasure hunt completely came to nothing. Damned Zhu Dao, not to mention you yourself are poor, you even destroyed the snow python's body to such an extent, the blood explosion inscription, you were actually willing to use it. Looking at the snow python's badly destroyed body, Duan Lingtian had a pained expression. As the king of the fierce beasts, the snow python's entire body was filled with treasures, but it was completely destroyed by Zhu Dao. Just at this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone. On the snow python's body, a white ball that flickered with a faint brilliance floated up. Beast core. Duan Lingtian's breathing became rapid. He didn't expect that the snow python's beast core was actually completely unharmed. Just when he walked out and wanted to fetch the beast core. The smile on his face froze completely. Whoosh, whoosh. The two little pythons flashed out, quickly dividing and consuming the snow python's beast core. Never mind, even if I took the beast core, I would have no use for it in the near future. I might as well let them take it. Duan Lingtian quickly got over it. A human was unable to directly consume a fierce beast's beast core. If consumed, the lighter consequence would be chi deviation, whereas the heavier consequence would be death by explosion. Humans could only use fierce beast cores as medicinal catalysts, only after being combined with other valuable medicinal materials to refine into a medicinal pill can they be consumed. A beast core of a formidable fierce beast like the snow python that was comparable to a nascent soul martial artist would at least require a grade 7 alchemist to refine. Grade 7 alchemist. To Duan Lingtian, it was quite a distance away. After burning the snow python's corpse as well, Duan Lingtian brought Kair and Li Fei along as he left the misty forest. On the way back, that spatial ring, Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian with a spurious smile. Duan Lingtian glared as he said, "Don't get any ideas about the spatial ring, it's mine." "I'm not. Even if I had any ideas about it, it would be of no use. I'm just curious, if someone knew you had that spatial ring, what would happen?" Li Fei's charm-filled eyes flickered with a faint smiling expression. "Are you threatening me?" Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as the corners of his mouth curled into grin. A bad omen arose in Li Fei's heart. As expected. "Hey, looks like someone doesn't want me to help her grandfather get well. Never mind, I'll save my energy." Duan Lingtian mischievously smiled. Li Fei's face turned pale as she angrily said, You rascal. You plainly promised me." "Did I promise? Why, don't I know, Kair, did I promise her?" Duan Lingtian glanced at Kair with a slight smile. At this moment, Kair was taking care of the two little pythons that had gone into a deep slumber after consuming the snow python's beast core. Her beautiful, clear eyes emitted a motherly brilliance. "Young master, I didn't hear anything." Kair naturally stood on Duan Lingtian's side. You two are bullying me." Li Fei's eyes turned red as if they were about to tear up again. "Enough, as long as you keep today's matter a secret, I will surely return a healthy grandfather to you. Not only that, I can even allow him to smoothly become a grade 8 weapons craftsman without leaving behind any aftereffects." Duan Lingtian compromised. "Rascal." Li Fei smiled through her tears. "Right, since your grandfather knows that He Zhu Dao killed his father years ago, why didn't he make the blood letter public? That would allow everyone to clearly see He Zhu Dao's true face." Duan Lingtian asked about the uncertainty in his heart. "Did you think my grandfather didn't want to? But when my grandfather found the blood letter, He Zhu Dao had already become Aqua Mist City's He clan's Grand Elder and had extraordinary status. Even if my grandfather made it public, it would be impossible for the Li clan to offend the He clan's Grand Elder over a disciple who had died years ago. Moreover, my grandfather was also worried that once the blood letter was made public, it would cause He Zhu Dao to get angry from embarrassment and even take revenge. At that time, my grandmother just happened to be pregnant with my father, so my grandfather chose to bear it patiently, and this matter slowly became a knot in his heart." Li Fei heaved a sigh. "Now the knot in your grandfather's heart can be unlocked because this future son-in-law of his has taken revenge for him." Duan Lingtian laughed slyly. "Who would want to marry you?" Li Fei gave Duan Lingtian a disdainful glance as her enchantingly beautiful face blushed. Deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would notice, she hurriedly turned around. Under the setting sun, the outline of Aurora City eventually appeared before them. Duan Lingtian and the two young girls returned directly to the Li clan estate. After asking Kair to take the two little pythons home first, he followed Li Fei and arrived at Li Fei's home. "Fei, you're back." In the vast courtyard stood an old man that was over 70 years of age. The old man had a thin figure, it was as if he would be blown down by the wind. "Grandfather, I have good news to tell you." Li Fei walked into the courtyard and grabbed the old man's hand. Her face emitted a light smile. The old man had a doting expression as he smiled and asked, "What good news?" Li Fei put her mouth close to the old man's ears and lightly said, "Grandfather, He Zhu Dao is dead." Instantly, the old man's body shook as if struck by lightning, and his breathing became hurried. The old man took in a deep breath and slowly said, "Fei, you can't joke about things like this." Even though he knew that this granddaughter of his had never lied to him before, what his granddaughter said right now was really too inconceivable. Grandfather, He Zhu Dao was killed by him. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Noticing the old man didn't believe her, Li Fei instantly became anxious and hurriedly looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression that said that she was begging for help. You're Duan Lingtian? The old man's cloudy gaze instantly flickered with a sharp light and descended upon Duan Lingtian as if trying to see through him. But unfortunately, he was bound to be disappointed. Duan Lingtian stood there, unmoved, like an immovable mountain. Not bad, you're worthy of your reputation. I now believe that you have the strength to defeat Li Qing. The old man nodded. Grandfather. Duan Lingtian greeted the old man. Instantly, the old man was dumbstruck. Li Fei's face instantly blushed as she fiercely glared at Duan Lingtian. Ha 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 ha. Noticing his granddaughter's expression, the old man seemed to have understood something and laughed out loud. Grandfather, it's not like that, Li Fei explained in panic. Fei, you don't have to be shy. Men should get married and women should be married. Moreover, I think this kid isn't bad. He has the qualifications to be my grandson-in-law. Although sometimes he likes to talk big, these are just small problems and are not a big deal. As the old man finished speaking, he seemed to contain a hidden meaning pointing to something. Grandfather, whether I'm talking big or not, you'll know soon. I'll first testify on behalf of Li Fei that your personal enemy who killed your father, He Zhu Dao, is indeed dead. He was killed by sword strike. This spatial ring is the best evidence. Duan Lingtian withdrew the spatial ring from his pocket as he spoke, then he handed it over to the old man. The old man's hands trembled as he received it and sized it up. The old man was agitated. Right, this is indeed He Zhu Dao's spatial ring. What exactly happened? He asked after returning the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian quickly told the entire story to the old man. Snow Python, haha, the heavens aren't blind, the heavens aren't blind. The old man laughed loudly and joyfully. The knot in his heart for many years had finally been unlocked. For a moment, his face glowed as if becoming a few years younger. The old man gathered his breath before sincerely saying to Duan Lingtian kid, thank you. We're family, so you don't have to be so courteous, grandfather, if I'm not wrong. Besides having a burning sensation in your origin energy lately and having a hard time sleeping, when you refine weapons, you frequently feel restless and even feel like you have the heart but not the strength to complete the refinement, right? Duan Lingtian said, with a serious face. The old man took a deep breath before asking in disbelief, Lingtian kid, you can really notice my hidden injuries from forcefully increasing my weapon flames grade just by looking at the spirit weapon I refined. Of course, not only can I notice the hidden injuries, I can even help grandfather heal them, but you have to wait until I step into the core formation stage, Duan Lingtian said. Why? The old man was puzzled. Because only when I step into the core formation stage will I be able to condense a pill flame from my origin energy and refine a medicinal pill which can help grandfather's hidden injuries heal, Duan Lingtian slowly said. Lingtian, kid, even if you have an alchemist's natural talent, becoming an alchemist isn't so simple. The old man laughed bitterly as he that felt Duan Lingtian was reaching beyond his grasp. Grandfather, no matter what I say now, you wouldn't believe me. In 2 months at most, you will know whether what I said is true or false. Duan Lingtian's body emitted strong self-confidence. Chapter 0065. Then I'll wait and see. The old man deeply glanced at Duan Lingtian. But for the next 2 months, I hope grandfather stops any weapon refining, or else, once the weapon flame loses control, even I will be powerless. Duan Lingtian had a serious expression. Okay, I'll give you 2 months' time. The old man nodded in agreement. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled before taking his leave. Fei, do you think what he said can be trusted? The old man asked his granddaughter beside him. Grandfather, I have a feeling that he's very mysterious. I trust him. Li Fei lightly shook her head and her clear eyes had a light flash in them. Fei, it's the first time I've seen you trust an outsider so much. Looks like it isn't one-sided between the two of you. Tell grandfather, when did you start to like him? The old man smiled. Grandfather, I don't like him. I'm ignoring you. Li Fei blushed from being ashamed, then she directly returned to her room. This Duan Lingtian is really not bad, and he even saved Li Fei's life before. Maybe. The smile on the old man's face disappeared as he lightly muttered to himself, seeming to be pondering about something. In a quiet room, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on his bed and consumed an origin-gathering pill. Then he began cultivating. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Raging Python Form. The medicinal strength of the Origin Gathering Pill transformed into a warm current, flowing into Duan Lingtian's body. Duan Lingtian guided the warm current with the Raging Python Form mental cultivation method, circulating it around his body as he tried his best to develop Origin energy. Even with Origin Gathering Pills, the development of Origin energy wasn't something that could be completed in a short period of time. Until late at night, Duan Lingtian still had no obvious progress. Duan Lingtian understood that the increase of his cultivation wasn't something that could be accomplished in a single night. As such, he stopped cultivating after a while and went to sleep. He slept until the sky was bright. The following few days peacefully went by. Life went on with a planned rhythm. Every morning, Duan Lingtian would cultivate his spirit serpent movement technique in the courtyard. In the afternoon, relying upon the medicinal liquid concocted from the 350-year-old blood Lingzi, he increased the cultivation of his defensive martial skill, greater teleportation. At night, he consumed the Origin Gathering Pill and cultivated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique to develop Origin energy. His movement technique, the Spirit Serpent's movement technique, had already broken through the threshold and stepped into the mastery stage earlier when he saved Li Fei. Presently, when executed it, Duan Lingtian's speed was swift to a shocking degree, but it was still a distance away from stepping into the perfection stage. His defensive martial skill, greater teleportation, had the assistance of the medicinal liquid concocted from the 350-year-old blood Lingzi, so it advanced at a tremendous pace. Duan Lingtian was confident in cultivating his greater teleportation to step into the mastery stage within 2 months. As for his cultivation, as time went by, due to the abundant cultivation experience of Rebirth Martial Emperor, Duan Lingtian had already sensed the feeling of Origin energy inside him. He believed that it wouldn't take him long before being able to successfully develop his Origin energy. The flight of time was like a fleeting, white pony's shadow flashing past a crevice. A month later. Dawn. Young master, I've broken through. The young girl in light green clothes walked out from her room and lightly smiled to the youth in the courtyard. The youth was cultivating his movement technique. After hearing what she said, he stopped and stood there. The Origin energy flickering on the young girl's hands caused the youth to be stunned. The young girl's natural talent had once again shocked him. Kair, from today onwards, you can officially start cultivating the sword skills of the Frost God's sword technique. Kair's breakthrough was slightly out of Duan Lingtian's expectations. Duan Lingtian was happy for her. According to what Kair said, she only consumed 7 Origin Gathering Pills before successfully completing her breakthrough. According to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, in terms of natural talent, Kair's present speed in breaking through to the core formation stage would be ranked in the top even in the entire Cloud continent. Up till now, Duan Lingtian had already consumed 9 Origin Gathering Pills, and was only halfway to the core formation stage. It would still be some time before he would be able to complete the final breakthrough. Of course, this didn't mean that Duan Lingtian's natural talent was inferior to Kair's. After all, they both cultivated different cultivation methods. Even though Kair broke through to the first level of the core formation stage, in terms of strength, she wasn't any different from an ordinary first-level core formation martial artist. So she was far from being comparable to the current Duan Lingtian. Afternoon. The two beauties at home went out to buy groceries, leaving Duan Lingtian alone. He was greeted an unexpected guest. The guest proclaimed himself to be from the Shao clan, and he came to send an invitation card. The invitation card had an air of dominance. On the front page, a 5-clawed godly dragon was weaved with silver threads. It had a lifelike appearance. Duan Lingtian had only just opened the invitation card and had not even read it when. Looks like you received the hidden dragon invitation. A young girl wearing light violet clothes with a devilish body and an angel's face slowly walked into the courtyard. Little Fei, what's a hidden dragon invitation? Duan Lingtian looked at the young girl with a puzzled expression. Every year, Aurora City holds a gathering for the young geniuses of Aurora City's clans. Only our Aurora City's 3 great clans, youths who seize the top 5 positions in their respective clans, martial meet or qualify to attend the gathering. Young geniuses from the other clans will also be attending, but those families only have one allocated place. This gathering is hosted by the 3 great clans of Aurora City on a rotation basis, and this year is the Shao clan's turn to host, Li Fei explained. What's the point of this gathering? Duan Lingtian asked. To re-rank the hidden dragon list. Li Fei lightly smiled as her clear eyes flashed with a trace of burning desire. Hidden Dragon List. Duan Lingtian was stupefied. In his memories, since arriving at the Li clan a few months ago, he seemed to have heard someone mention this hidden dragon list before. But he didn't try to understand it in detail. He didn't know what this hidden dragon list was. The hidden dragon list is a ranking list aimed at ranking the younger generation geniuses of Aurora City in terms of strength. The ranking is considered to have an extremely high worth. The individuals who are listed are all the most outstanding young geniuses of Aurora City. For example, our Li clan's Li Feng, who was the champion of last year's clan martial meet, was the third youth genius in last year's hidden dragon list. The Shao clan sending out the invitation cards means that the hidden dragon list will be re-ranking the placements. In the gathering, the young geniuses of Aurora City will gather to interact and spar. In the end, based on personal strength, the new hidden dragon list will be made, Li Fei explained. Duan Lingtian nodded as he finally understood. He opened the hidden dragon invitation and read it. The gathering date was 3 days from now. The venue was in the Shao clan's estate, on the star observation platform. Boring. Duan Lingtian casually threw the hidden dragon invitation aside as he yawned. What are you doing? Li Fei was dumbstruck. After all, most people were fighting with all they had just to obtain an invitation, but they weren't qualified. But this guy just threw the hidden dragon invitation aside like throwing trash. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Duan Lingtian asked Li Fei, "Right, you said earlier that there were only 5 hidden dragon invitations in the Li clan." "Yeah, not anyone can receive a hidden dragon invitation." Li Fei's tone sounded slightly complacent and she had an expression that said, "You're ignorant." So it could be said that each hidden dragon invitation has an extraordinary value. Duan Lingtian's eye shone. Of course, almost every youth of the younger generation in Aurora City wants to participate in the yearly Young Genius Gathering, but because the hidden dragon invitation's threshold is too high, they can only be denied entrance at the door. After all, as long as a young genius is able to participate in the gathering, even if they are unable to be ranked on the hidden dragon list in the end, they will still be able to experience the demeanor of the other young geniuses, maybe even gaining benefits from it and allowing their own cultivation to break through. Li Fei had an, it goes without saying, expression. She quickly noticed Duan Lingtian picking up the hidden dragon invitation. She naturally thought that after hearing what she said, Duan Lingtian started to take the hidden dragon list ranking gathering seriously. But who knew that he instead muttered to himself, "After hearing what you said, this hidden dragon invitation should be worth a lot of money, right? Looks like I can think about holding a private mini auction to sell off this hidden dragon invitation. Who knows, I might be able to get some money out of it. Yes, I'll do it like this." Could it be that you have no intention whatsoever to be ranked on the hidden dragon list? After hearing what Duan Lingtian said, Li Fei was so angry that her breathing became rapid. In her opinion, including her, as long as it was a young genius of Aurora City, who wouldn't want to be ranked on the hidden dragon list? Being ranked on the hidden dragon list was an extremely great honor. Someone on that list could even possibly leave their name behind in Aurora City, allowing the future generations to look at it with reverence. This Duan Lingtian, however, seemed to think that it was beneath contempt. "It's only some fame and reputation, so I'm not interested." Duan Lingtian shook his head, not caring one bit. In his previous life, as the strongest weapons specialist on Earth, he carried tons of honor and glory and was too high to be touched. Towards this sort of reputation, he had long since been indifferent to it. After hearing what Duan Lingtian said, Li Fei had a complicated gaze. What kind of man was this? His age wasn't old, but he seemed to contain boundless life experiences. Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something as he hurriedly asked, "Right, I nearly forgot. Little Fei, the hidden dragon list ranking, does it have any prizes? For example, the first rank can obtain some valuable medicinal material or precious items." Li Fei's serious expression was instantly destroyed by Duan Lingtian. She was at a loss on whether to laugh or cry. Of course there are prizes. People ranked inside the top 10 of the hidden dragon list will be able to obtain corresponding prizes. These prizes are provided by Aurora City's 3 great clans, and they're even better than the prizes from the earlier clan martial meet. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Duan Lingtian glanced at Li Fei with a slightly blaming gaze as he put away the hidden dragon invitation as if it was a precious treasure. "You didn't ask." Li Fei gave Duan Lingtian a disdainful glance. "Looks like you don't understand this future husband of yours enough. Yes, we should exchange our feelings more. Come in my room to exchange. Duan Lingtian greedily sized up Li Fei's hot body as he grinned. Rascal, thick-skinned. Li Fei was so ashamed that she turned around and fled. In 3 days, I'll come find you. We'll go to the Shao clan estate together, she said as she left. This little girl is getting more and more attractive. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. The burning sensation that came from his lower regions slightly eased up. He wished he could catch up to her and punish her on the spot. Chapter 0066. 3 days later, Li Fei came at the appointed time. After notifying Ke and his mother, Duan Lingtian left the Li clan estate with Li Fei. The Shao clan estate was situated outside of Aurora City's South City Gate and adjacent to groups of mountains. After Duan Lingtian and Li Fei produced their hidden dragon invitations, they entered the Shao clan estate and under the lead of a Shao clan disciple, they entered the star observation platform. The star observation platform was halfway up the hill, occupying a vast area. Besides the resting pergolas on the side, there were plenty of weapon racks. On the weapon racks were various weapons that anyone could desire. When Duan Lingtian and Li Fei arrived, there were already quite a few youths scattered around. The arrival of the pair attracted the eyes of the crowd. Of course, the gazes of these youths descended upon Li Fei. To these youths that had just undergone puberty, the hot-bodied Li Fei was undoubtedly a huge temptation. Humph, a group of little kids. Duan Lingtian's eyebrows knit, ignoring the gazes that could kill from the surroundings. He extended his hand and dominatingly grabbed onto Li Fei's soft, jade-like hand as if he was putting on a show of force to the surrounding youths. Open your eyes wide and look properly. This is my woman. Li Fei was suddenly surprised by Duan Lingtian's actions. Her devilish body unnoticeably trembled, and her angel-like face blushed. Li Fei used a voice that was almost like a mosquito as she said, "Let go of me. No, I don't want these little kids staring at my future wife." Duan Lingtian was extremely persistent. Rascal. After struggling for a while and being unable to struggle free from Duan Lingtian, Li Fei stared at him slightly angrily. Even then, you would be the only one who could call me rascal, other women are not worthy. Duan Lingtian was very straightforward. Really? Li Fei slightly doubted him. Even pearls aren't so real. Duan Lingtian had a wide grin. Li Fei's clear eyes narrowed as she derided, how about Ke? Ke is different, she's an exception, Duan Lingtian grunted. His tone was filled with a dominating bearing. 9th level of the body tempering stage. Gazes of jealousy and envy descended upon Duan Lingtian one by one. All the youths present quickly saw through Duan Lingtian's cultivation. Every single one of them was at the core formation stage. A body-tempering martial artist suddenly appearing in their midst attracted the attention of everyone. Most importantly, this body-tempering martial artist was actually asking for a beating by holding the hand of one of the 3 great beauties of Aurora City, the Li clan's Li Fei. Some of the youths instantly had unwilling expressions. As far as they were concerned, a 9th level body-tempering guy had no ability to possess Li Fei. HMPH. The Aurora City Youth Gathering is really getting worse year by year. Even a pretty boy who doesn't even have the qualifications to obtain a hidden dragon invitation can actually rely on a woman to sneak in. A slightly robust youth sneered at Duan Lingtian. His voice wasn't soft, destroying the short silence in the star observation platform. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he asked the young girl beside him, "Pretty boy. Little Fei, am I really that handsome?" "Pei, they are insulting you." Even Li Fei felt ashamed for Duan Lingtian's thick face. "Kid, you're jealous, right? You should know that it isn't easy to be a pretty boy. With your idiotic look and that black face of yours, you probably won't even be able to find a wife in the future." Duan Lingtian glanced at the robust youth as he lightly smiled. Immediately, the other youths looked at the robust youth with strange expressions that had a trace of pity. He just had finished calling a pretty boy as an insult, but a second later that person retaliated and said that he couldn't even compare to a pretty boy. "Kid, I want to challenge you." The robust youth exploded in rage, then he started walking towards Duan Lingtian in large strides and in full fury. Humph! Just at this moment, a cold grunt sounded from afar. 3 youths quickly walked over. The one that grunted was precisely the cold youth in the lead. The youth was around the age of 18 with a cold and reserved bearing, and his sharp eyes were filled with arrogance and unyieldingness. "Young Master Yu." The robust youth's expression distorted, it was as if he was a mouse that saw a cat. He was so intimidated that he retreated back. Young Master Yu. At this moment, the other youths hurriedly greeted the cold youth. Their tones were filled with respect. The cold youth ignored them as he walked by himself towards Li Fei and Duan Lingtian. Just when everyone thought that he was about to greet Li Fei, an unbelievable scene unfolded. "You're Duan Lingtian. I'm very interested in you." The cold youth's gaze descended onto Li Fei, and his sharp eyes flickered full of determination. "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in you, my orientation is very normal." As Duan Lingtian said this, he raised up the hand that held Li Fei's jade-like, small hands and grinned. Li Fei blushed. She wanted to struggle, but she noticed that Duan Lingtian's hand was like an iron pincer. "My orientation is very normal as well, Li Fei, one of the three great beauties of Aurora City, you have a well-deserved reputation." The corners of the cold youth's mouth slightly trembled. His gaze moved from Duan Lingtian to Li Fei as he nodded. He then proceeded to walk towards the innermost pergola in the star observation platform. That was the host's place of rest. On the star observation platform, all the youths present gazed at Duan Lingtian with disbelief. This body-tempering kid could actually cause the cold youth to take him seriously. This was beyond their expectations. Who is this kid? 9th level of the body-tempering stage. Could it be that he is the branch family disciple Duan Lingtian who seized second place in the Li clan's martial meet 1 month ago? It can't be. According to what I know, there should be 5 core formation disciples in the entire Li clan younger generation. Yeah, how could they allow a 9th level body-tempering disciple seize second place when they have 5 core formation disciples attending? This is impossible and I don't believe it. I heard of this news as well, and I don't believe it. Something surely went on behind the scenes. I think so too. Young Master Yu was probably cheated as well, or else he wouldn't pay special regard to this kid. These youths looked at Duan Lingtian with even more disdainful gazes. Who is he? He seems so arrogant, Duan Lingtian curiously asked Li Fei. Xiao Yu, the young genius who was second on last year's Hidden Dragon list, at the time, he was 17. A year has passed since then, so his strength has long since advanced by leaps and bounds. Rumors say he's on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage. Li Fei's clear eyes had a sense of reverence. I take it that he was stronger than our Li clan's Li Feng last year. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. Yes, he defeated Li Feng with only 9 moves during last year's gathering. Finally, because of a small mistake, he lost to the Lin clan's Lin Hong, who went on to become the top-ranked young genius on the Hidden Dragon list. At that time, Lin Hong admitted that if he were the same age as Xiao Yu, he would definitely be inferior to him. Xiao Yu is the Xiao clan's martial Dao genius that is hard to come by in 100 years. If nothing unexpected happens, this year's top rank in the Hidden Dragon list will certainly be his. Li Fei slowly said. So it would seem that he's much stronger than Li Qing. Duan Lingtian laughed. Li Fei shook her head as she said, Li Qing. They aren't even on the same level. Li Qing participated in last year's Hidden Dragon list ranking battles as well, but he wasn't even qualified to be ranked on the list. I have to admit, hearing you speak so highly of Xiao Yu, even I am getting slightly jealous. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he put on an act that he was slightly unhappy. I'm just speaking of the truth. If you don't want to hear it, then defeat him. At that time, I'll naturally stop praising him. Li Fei gave Duan Lingtian a disdainful glance. If I defeat him, are there any rewards? Duan Lingtian asked. What naughty ideas are you thinking of? Li Fei said vigilantly. What naughty ideas could I think of? Looks like you think I can defeat him, or else you wouldn't be so vigilant against me. Duan Lingtian laughed. Noticing Duan Lingtian using the opportunity to continuously flirt with her, Li Fei was slightly speechless. Li Qing has arrived. Li Qing was the champion in the Li clan martial meet 1 month ago. He is the fully deserving champion of the Li clan's younger generation. Allegedly, his cultivation has already stepped into the 2nd level of the core formation stage. 2nd level of the core formation stage? Isn't that similar to young Master Yu? Even if they are both at the 2nd level of the core formation stage, there is still a difference. Young Master Yu has cultivated 3 high-grade profound rank martial skills, his offensive martial skill has been cultivated to the perfection stage, and his defensive martial skill and movement technique were both cultivated to the mastery stage. Yeah, Li Qing has only recently stepped into the 2nd level of the core formation stage, however, young Master Yu broke through half a year ago. 1 year ago, young Master Yu was ranked second on the Hidden Dragon list whilst Li Qing didn't even have the qualification to be ranked. The difference between the two are like heaven and earth. The white-clothed youth that came alone naturally heard the discussions of the people on the star observation platform. His expression slowly turned gloomy. Xiao Yu. His gaze descended upon the innermost pergola onto the cold youth's shadow that was within. But unfortunately, ever since he appeared, Xiao Yu had not once glanced his way. Li Qing's gaze turned slightly cold. He had set a target for himself before coming to this year's gathering. Defeat Xiao Yu and be ranked at the top of the Hidden Dragon list. Xiao Yu, I'll let you be complacent for now, but I will surely defeat you, for sure. Li Qing's eyes were filled with a brutal light. Suddenly, as if noticing something, Li Qing's gaze descended upon the youth and young girl that were in front of him. A youth in violet clothes and a young girl in light violet clothes were standing together. They looked like a pair, a heavenly couple. Especially since their hands were held together. Fei. A burning rage arose in Li Qing's heart. He couldn't bear with it anymore and directly walked over. Take your hands away, or else I'll cripple you. Li Qing's cold gaze, which was filled with killing intent, descended onto the youth in violet clothes, seeming ready to swallow him up. I'm curious though, how do you plan on crippling me? Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently as if he didn't take notice of Li Qing's threat. You're courting death. Li Qing's right hand was suffused with origin energy and his eyes emitted a dense coldness as he prepared to attack Duan Lingtian. Li Qing, I've already told you, I'll never ever be with you, so stop wasting time on me. Li Fei's expression turned grim as she snapped. Fei, once I cripple this trash, then you'll know who is worthy of being your man. Li Qing took a deep breath. He felt it difficult to suppress the rage in his heart. As he took a step forward, his imposing manner seemed to pierce through the sky. Li Qing. Just at this moment, an extremely cold voice sounded, causing Li Qing's body to stop in place. Li Qing, if you dare to attack before the gathering begins, I'll ask you to leave, and this year's Hidden Dragon list will have no relation to you anymore. Unknowingly Xiao Yu walked over in large strides, his voice icy cold and bone-piercing. Chapter 0067. Fine, I'll wait until the gathering starts and then I'll teach this trash a lesson. Li Qing took a deep breath, then his eyes slightly narrowed as a cold light flashed within. Trash. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a grin. Did this Li Qing really think he admitted defeat the other time because he was scared of him? It was because Patriarch Liao had meddled in the other time. Or else, it would be impossible for him to admit defeat. This time, no one could stop him. Let's go sit over there. After sweeping Li Qing with a disgusted gaze, Li Fei seemed to be trying to avoid a fly as she pulled on Duan Lingtian's hand and walked into the empty pergola nearby. She sat shoulder to shoulder with Duan Lingtian. Seeing this scene, Li Qing's eyes seemed on the verge of splitting open from anger. Duan Lingtian, today, you will certainly die. Li Qing gave Duan Lingtian the death punishment in his heart. As far as he was concerned, a branch family disciple and a disciple with another surname at that, with his honored status in the Li clan, it wouldn't be a problem even if he killed him. Little Fei, that Li Qing seems like he wishes he was able to eat my flesh and drink my blood right now, looks like wanting to make you my wife carries with it a threat to my life. Although they were fairly far from each other, Duan Lingtian could still detect Li Qing's killing intent. You're scared, Li Fei playfully blinked her eyes. Scared? Duan Lingtian indifferently smiled. As the former strongest weapons specialist on Earth, he really didn't know what scared meant. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei had actually arrived relatively early to the genius gathering that was hosted by the Shao clan. As time passed by, more and more people arrived. Among these people were 2 Li clan members, Li and Li Zhang. Besides the Li clan duo, Duan Lingtian recognized one more person. Lin Qi. Seeing Lin Qi once more, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly startled, because he noticed that Lin Qi's disposition had changed. After inheriting the memories of rebirth Martial Emperor, Duan Lingtian saw things in a unique way. With merely a glance, he noticed that Lin Qi had already stepped into the core formation stage. Lin Qi walked over shoulder to shoulder with another youth. This youth was around the age of 18 and had a slight similarity to Lin Qi between his brows. Recalling something he had heard from before, Duan Lingtian vaguely guessed the identity of this person. Lin Zhou, Lin Qi's elder brother. The top disciple in the Lin clan's younger generation. When Duan Lingtian looked at Lin Qi also looked towards Duan Lingtian. He said something to the youth beside him before the two of them walked over quickly. This scene also fell into the eyes of the youth genius present in the star observation platform. Duan Lingtian. Lin Qi greeted Duan Lingtian. Long time no see. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded. This is my elder brother, Lin Zhou, elder brother, he is Duan Lingtian. Lin Qi introduced Lin Zhou to Duan Lingtian and vice versa. Duan Lingtian, I have long since heard my little brother mention you. Relying merely on your 8th level body tempering cultivation to defeat him who was at the 9th level of the body tempering stage at the time was truly shocking. Lin Zhou lightly smiled to Duan Lingtian. I too have long since heard of your name, the Lin clan's #1 of the younger generation. Nice to meet you. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. Duan Lingtian, I heard that during the Li clan martial meet, you could exert the strength of 3 ancient mammoths even though your cultivation is only at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, is this true? Lin Qi's eyes flickered as he gazed fixedly into Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was as if he was trying to see something through Duan Lingtian's eyes. But he was bound to be disappointed. Duan Lingtian only smiled mysteriously. From start to finish, his eyes were tranquil, without any changes. Little Qi, whether it is true or not, you will find out once the gathering begins. You're still worried you won't be able to see it. Compared to Lin Qi, Lin Zhou was much calmer. The two brothers took their leave a short while after and walked to another empty pergola. This Duan Lingtian seems to really be not so simple. Could it be that the rumors were true? Even Lin Zhou took the initiative to greet him, so his reputation is great. Yeah, Lin Zhou didn't even pay attention to the Li clan's champion of the younger generation, he directly went to greet Duan Lingtian. Wasn't Lin Zhou's little brother, Lin Qi, defeated by Duan Lingtian? Why wasn't there any hostility between them when they met? You don't even understand this. The proverb is correct, a friendship grows from the exchange of blows. Maybe they are already friends. You have a point, The young geniuses from Aurora City's clans started whispering in discussion. Humph. When Li Qing heard all this, his face became even gloomier. Li Qing, this is your best opportunity to cripple that Duan Lingtian. Unknowingly when, Li An arrived beside Li Qing and instigated. It isn't your place to make remarks on how I do things, FK off. Li Qing's gaze turned cold and his voice was icy. Li An's face froze. He took in a deep breath before turning around and leaving. Li An's face was extremely ugly. As one of the outstanding Li clan younger generation disciples, he had his pride. Ever since he started cultivating, among the Li clan's younger generation, Li Qing suppressed him at every moment. He had long since been unsatisfied with Li Qing. Now, Li Qing shaming him in such a way caused a killing intent to uncontrollably rise in his heart. Duan Lingtian's sensitive senses noticed a killing intent. When he raised his head and looked over, Lian. Duan Lingtian saw Lian leaving from where Li Qing sat. The killing intent came from Lian and was pointed at Li Qing. This Lian isn't simple. Vigilance arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. Although in terms of strength Li Qing was stronger than Lian, in terms of the level of danger, it would be impossible for Li Qing to reach Lian's level. For example, if Li Qing was a wild wolf, then Lian would be the poisonous snake that was hiding in the dark. The latter was much more terrifying than the former. Suddenly, there was a stir in the star observation platform. Xiao Lan is here, equally famous as Li Fei and Lin Yuhuan, she is one of the 3 great beauties of Aurora City. Her reputation is well deserved. The sounds of exclamations rose and fell. The burning gazes of the youths descended on the young girl who was walking over from afar. The young girl had a head of soft and smooth long hair, it was like a pouring waterfall flying about with the wind. Her drop-dead gorgeous face seemed to have gone through the care and precision of a sculptor. Under the hazy morning mist, the young girl seemed to transform into a fairy that came down from heaven. Duan Lingtian's gaze was also drawn by the young girl who was walking over from afar. Xiao Lan, he had heard of this name. One of the 3 great beauties of Aurora City, equally famous to Li Fei. In the beginning, he didn't quite believe it. In his opinion, no matter whether it was Kei or Li Fei, they were both rare drop-dead gorgeous beauties. Other women couldn't possibly compare with them. But seeing Xiao Lan today, Duan Lingtian realized his mistake. This Xiao Lan's looks were indeed not one bit inferior to Li Fei's. Xiao Lan seemed to be around the age of 18. Her actions were elegant and her smile was like a flower. Every smile or frown emitted an exalted and refined charm. If Li Fei was a red rose, charming like fire, then Xiaolan would be pure like a snow lotus. Although their appearances were on par, their dispositions were completely different, being two complete opposites. What an excellent girl of respectable descent. Duan Lingtian secretly praised her in his heart. Ah! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian felt a jolt of pain from his thigh, and he was unable to stop himself from shouting out. Only now did he realize that Li Fei was angrily staring at him and had extended her hand to mercilessly pinch his thigh. Didn't you say that other women are not worthy? Li Fei was slightly vexed. My good Fei, everyone loves a beauty. Hurry and take away your hand, I won't look any more. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. But in his heart, however, he was bursting with joy. Li Fei's attitude undoubtedly indicated that she was jealous. In other words, although she wasn't willing to admit it, in her heart she had already tacitly approved of him being her man. Otherwise, why would she be jealous? After freely moving about the flower bushes in his previous life, Duan Lingtian was extremely familiar with the thoughts of women. Humph! Li Fei grunted resentfully. Only then did she let go. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended upon the young girl beside Xiaolan. Compared to Xiaolan, the young girl was outshone. It wasn't that she was ugly. In terms of appearance, she was absolutely on par with Li Shishi. But compared to Xiaolan, she was quite inferior. Duan Lingtian watched Xiaolan and the young girl enter the innermost pergola. At this time, Xiao Yu greeted them. He extended his hand and held Xiaolan's hand, bringing her into the pergola. So it turned out that she was Xiao Yu's woman, but these guys still dared to look at her unrestrainedly. Aren't they afraid that Xiao Yu will come for them later? Duan Lingtian noticed that most of the youths still had their gazes fixed upon Xiaolan. Only you have such complicated thoughts. Xiao Yu and Xiaolan are siblings, twins. Li Fei gave Duan Lingtian a disdainful glance. Twins. For an unknown reason, after hearing what Li Fei said, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The young girl beside Xiaolan seems to be not so simple. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended on the young girl beside Xiaolan. He was sure that this young girl that was around the age of 17 was not a body-tempering martial artist but had already stepped into the core formation stage. Of course, she is the Xiao clan's patriarch's daughter, Xiao Yun, the former top disciple of the Xiao clan's outer court. Equally famous to our Li clan's Li Kuang and the Lin clan's Lin Qi, Li Fei said. Duan Lingtian felt enlightened. He finally recalled. When he fought Lin Qi that day, Lin Qi had mentioned Xiao Yun. After a short while longer, everyone had finally arrived. At this time, as the host, Xiao Yu walked out and arrived at the center of the star observation platform. Everyone, before the gathering starts, I have a good news to tell everyone. This year, our Aurora City's 3 great clans have produced many good things as prizes for the young geniuses that will be ranked in this year's Hidden Dragon list, Xiao Yu slowly said. On the star observation platform, the sounds of hurried breathing could be heard. Especially the youths that weren't from the 3 great clans, all of their eyes shone and they became slightly decomposed. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian was able to understand their feelings. The 3 great clans of Aurora City practically monopolized all forms business. Meaning the other small clans could only pick up the scraps. To the young geniuses of these small clans, the prizes that were obtained from being ranked in the Hidden Dragon list were prizes that even if their clans spared no efforts to obtain, they would be incapable of getting their hands on it. Young Master Yu, what prizes are there? Tell us. Yeah, young Master Yu, we want to know. The young geniuses from the small clans asked one after the other. Humph, a bunch of bumpkins. Li Qing, who was standing alone at a corner, had a disdainful smile on the corners of his mouth. Chapter 0068. Li Qing's voice was quite loud. Instantly, all of the young geniuses from the smaller clans glared at him. What, don't like what I said? If you don't, when the gathering starts, I welcome all of you to challenge me. Li Qing completely turned a blind eye to their enraged gazes. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel speechless. This Li Qing actually really thought himself to be peerless under the heavens. Lian watched this from afar with an expression of disdain. Boorish. Using a voice only he could hear, Lian muttered to himself. Since everyone wants to know, then I'll tell. As Xiao Yu finished speaking, the gazes of all the young geniuses were drawn towards him. Even Duan Lingtian was no exception. The reason he came to participate in this genius gathering wasn't for the ranking, the hidden dragon list, or whatever, he didn't have a sliver of interest in those. The only thing that mattered to him were the material prizes. After the deliberation of our three great clans, patriarchs, it was decided that the one who was ranked first in this year's hidden dragon list will receive 3 high-grade profound rank martial skills, 10 origin increasing pills, 10 grade 8 gold injury pills, 3 300-year-old blood lingzies, and 300,000 silver. On the star observation platform, the sounds of people letting out breaths of cold air rose and fell. This year's prizes were much better than last year's. Seems to be not bad. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed and a greedy light flashed within before vanishing instantaneously. 3 high-grade profound rank martial skills, no matter where, were considered items of great value. The origin increasing pill was the medicinal pill core formation martial artists used to increase their cultivation level, so it was extremely valuable. Grade 8 gold injury pills, even in the Fresh Breeze Town Lee branch family, there were only 2 then. After using one on Duan Lingtian, there was only 1 remaining, easily showing how rare and valuable it was. 3 300-year-old blood lingzies were more than enough to provide a huge increase to the cultivation stage of a defensive martial skill. The 300,000 silver was even more practical. It's not bad, but you need to obtain it first. Li Fei provoked. Little Fei, if I can get the first rank in this hidden dragon list, you'll become my wife. How about if? Duan Lingtian laughed slyly. We'll talk about it when you really are the first. Li Fei didn't take it seriously. Although Duan Lingtian's strength was extremely bizarre, as Li Fei saw it, his strength was at most slightly stronger than Li Qing's, maybe even slightly inferior to the Lin clan's Lin Zhou, let alone the Xiao clan's Xiao Yu. Of course, she believed that in the future, Duan Lingtian would undoubtedly surpass Lin Zhou and Xiao Yu. After all, Duan Lingtian was only 16 this year. On the other hand, Lin Zhou and Xiao Yu were 2 full years older than him. If it was the hidden dragon list ranking of next year, she believed that Duan Lingtian would be able to be the first. This year, however, she didn't look favorably at Duan Lingtian. Then I'll take it as you've agreed. Duan Lingtian smiled. His burning gaze once again descended upon Li Fei's hot and charming body. His lower regions were burning as they had a reaction again. Truly an attractive and alluring young girl. If it's like this, isn't it slightly unfair? Li Fei's clear eyes emitted a sly expression. Then why don't you tell me what's fair? Duan Lingtian asked. If you can't obtain the first rank in the hidden dragon list, no matter what ranking you obtain, your prizes must be given to me. Li Fei blinked her beautiful eyes with an expression that said, let's see if you dare to agree or not. Little Fei, you really are greedy. When I marry you, I don't have to worry about suffering any losses anymore. Okay, I agree. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Hearing Duan Lingtian agree, the smile that was on the corners of Li Fei's mouth froze. This money grubber actually agreed. Could it be that he really was confident? Or maybe, he concealed his strength. At this instant, Li Fei's thoughts couldn't help but cause a sense of regret to be aroused in her heart. Duan Lingtian noticed Li Fei's constantly changing expression, so he asked in vigilance, Little Fei, you won't go back on your word, right? Humph. We'll discuss it when you've really got the first place in the hidden dragon list, Li Fei grunted. At this moment, the young geniuses in the star observation platform had slightly calmed their moods. Young Master Yu, the other 2 people who are ranked in the top 3, what are their prizes? Another youth asked. This year's hidden dragon list 2nd and 3rd rank will each get 2 high-grade profound rank martial skills, 5 origin increasing pills, 5 grade 8 gold injury pills, 2 300-year-old blood lingzies, and 200,000 silver, Xiao Yu answered. Although the prizes of the 2nd and 3rd ranks were significantly lesser than the first, to most of the people present, they were still filled with temptation. As for the other 7 young geniuses that are ranked on the hidden dragon list, they will each get 1 high-grade profound rank martial skill, 3 origin increasing pills, 3 grade 8 gold injury pills, 1 300-year-old blood lingzi, and 100,000 silver, Xiao Yu continued. The star observation platform was filled with a rising determination. As long as they were able to be ranked on the hidden dragon list, besides being well-known in Aurora City, they would still be able to obtain such abundant prizes. Everyone was rubbing their hands together and were eager to have a go. Now the gathering begins. After finishing the announcement, Xiao Yu returned to the innermost pergola in the star observation platform to stand shoulder to shoulder with his sister, Xiao Lan, and prepare for battle. Brother, unless something unexpected happens, the first rank for this year's Hidden Dragon list will surely be yours. Xiaolan smiled faintly, seeming noble and elegant. If it was a month ago, I could be certain that nothing unexpected would happen, but now there's an unknown and unstable element. Xiao Yu shook his head. His gaze directly descended upon the violet-clothed youth far away. He is. Xiaolan looked over as well. Duan Lingtian. Xiao Yu's pupils constricted as a battle-intent surfaced from his body. Duan Lingtian, the 9th-level body-tempering martial artist that took second place in the Li clan's martial meet. According to the rumors, it's said that he can exert the strength of 3 ancient mammoths with a cultivation at the 9th level of the body-tempering stage. Brother, didn't you feel it to be too exaggerated? Xiao Lan analyzed. Lan, since there are rumors, then it wouldn't be a groundless rumor. Moreover, there were so many Li clan members who saw it with their own 2 eyes that day. How could this be faked? Also, you should know well of my intuition, it has never once been wrong, Xiao Yu slowly said. Brother, don't tell me. A startled expression surfaced on Xiao Lan's beautiful face. The intuition of her twin brother was something she was extremely clear of. It could be considered to be a miraculous ability that came naturally. Ever since they were small, her twin brother's intuition had never once been wrong. You're right, my intuition is telling me that he is extremely dangerous. It's difficult to even compare Lin Zhou with him. Xiao Yu nodded. But, he seems to only be 16. Xiao Lan's face was slightly red and her breathing was hurried for a second. So what if he's 16? In our Crimson Sky Kingdom's history, there have been many young geniuses that stepped into the core formation stage at the age of 16. The appearance of someone abnormal like Duan Lingtian isn't rare, Xiao Yu said. At this moment, Xiao Yun, who stood beside Xiao Lan, couldn't help herself and spoke. Brother Yu, in the Li clan's martial meet, didn't this Duan Lingtian lose to Li Qing? I heard of this too. Xiao Lan nodded. Lose to Li Qing? Who told you? That was him admitting defeat. Xiao Yu shook his head as if he was thoroughly familiar with the circumstances of the Li clan's martial meet. If he can defeat Li Qing, why would he admit defeat? Xiao Yun was reluctant to concede. Little Yun, let me ask you, if our Xiao clan's martial meet's champion was taken by a branch family disciple that was a disciple of another surname, what would happen? Xiao Yu didn't directly answer Xiao Yun but instead gave her a question. Brother, what you mean is, someone asked Duan Lingtian to admit defeat. Xiao Lan reacted at the first moment. That is my guess. Xiao Yu nodded. Brother Yu, everything you said is only just your guess. Xiao Yun was still slightly unwilling to concede. In her entire life, she only admired one person in terms of the martial Tao, and that person was Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu caused her to feel that she was not his equal. But now Xiao Yu said that someone might have the strength to defeat him. Moreover, it was a 16-year-old youth, so it was difficult for her to accept this. Little Yun, whether or not my guess is correct, you'll know very soon. Xiao Yu shook his head. He didn't debate with Xiao Yun. Presently, on the star observation platform, there was a young genius from a small clan that had won 3 consecutive victories. His imposing manner shot towards the sky. The youth looked towards the surroundings as he slowly said, Is there anyone else who wants to battle me? Me. A Xiao clan youth flew out and stood to face the youth. After a moment, the two fought. Merely in a single move. The Xiao clan youth defeated the other youth. It was a good fight. The Xiao clan youth cupped his hands. This Xiao Yong took the 5th place in the Xiao clan's martial meet last month. In other words, among the 5 Xiao clan young geniuses present today, his strength is the weakest. As expected of a disciple from a large clan, the weakest had such formidable strength. Looks like I don't have a chance of being ranked in the Hidden Dragon list. Being able to witness the young geniuses of the 3 great families striving for the top rank could also be considered as a pretty good gain. Some of the small clan young geniuses were slightly dejected. Of course, there were some small clan young geniuses who had a fearless battle intent and went up to challenge Xiao Yong. After a short while, Xiao Yong defeated another 3 opponents. Li Fei smiled as she said, This Xiao Yong's strength is pretty good, not inferior to Li Zong's. Not bad. Duan Lingtian yawned. Didn't you sleep enough last night? Li Fei was slightly dazed. I naturally didn't sleep enough as I had no wife to hug. Duan Lingtian smiled playfully. Rascal. Li Fei glared at Duan Lingtian. In this short amount of time, Xiao Yong had defeated another opponent. Is there anyone who wants to battle this Xiao? Xiao Yong said politely. Me. A voice sounded from one of the pergolas on the star observation platform. A green-clothed youth around the age of 18 walked over. The youth had a robust build and had a straightforward appearance. If only looking at his outer appearance, he would be thought to be an honest person. But with a closer look, it could be noticed that the youth's eyes were extremely intelligent, and they occasionally flashed with a cunning brilliance. Xiaoyang lightly smiled as he asked, "What's your name, brother?" The youth blinked his eyes as he said, "Meng Quan. Brother Meng Quan, I beseech your guidance." Xiaolong went into stance. Duan Lingtian was originally drowsy, but his spirit was refreshed the moment he saw Meng Quan. "What's different about this Meng Quan?" Noticing Duan Lingtian's change, Li Fei asked curiously. Interesting, Xiaoyang is going to lose." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. "What have you noticed?" Li Fei pursued. "Call me brother and I'll tell you." "Pay, you wish, shameless, stinking rascal, comma. Chapter 0069. While Duan Lingtian's spirit was shocked. "This Meng Quan is not simple." Xiao Yu's expression was heavy as well. "Brother you wouldn't be wanting to say that this person's strength is also bizarre like Duan Lingtian's, right?" Xiao Yun didn't take it seriously. Just at this moment, Meng Quan and Xiaoyang had started their battle. Whoosh! Xiaoyang's body moved as if transforming into a falling leaf, lightly floating as he flashed towards Meng Quan. Middle grade profound rank movement technique, leaf dance. "You're a man, why cultivate a woman's movement technique?" Meng Quan shook his head. Bang! His legs stomped on the ground as he transformed into a cannonball, rushing out to intercept Xiaoyang. His speed was faster than Xiaoyang's. Vortex palm. Xiaoyang's pupils constricted. As he flashed towards Meng Quan, he slapped out a palm of accumulated force. His attack was bold and unconstrained, and with origin energy raging. Devastating ox fist. When Meng Quan swung out his fist, his origin energy burst apart and caused a surge of invisible currents of air as it moved to intercept Xiaoyang's palm strike. Above both of them were two ancient mammoth silhouettes each, which dashed out and collided together with a loud bang. Meng Quan's body lightly trembled. "Ah!" Xiaoyang emitted a shrill cry as he was blasted flying. "I'm not a match for you." Xiaoyang slowly stood up and nodded to Meng Quan. He was sincerely convinced and thus retreated. It was a good fight." Meng Quan scratched the back of his head and smiled foolishly. But his eyes that flickered with a shrewd light sold him out. "You had already noticed earlier that Xiaoyang wasn't a match for him." Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian as if wanting to get the answer from Duan Lingtian's face. This Meng Quan concealed his strength. His true strength is probably on par with Li Qing's. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he stared fixedly at Meng Quan. It was difficult to discern the cultivation of a martial artist at the core formation stage and above only by looking because of the presence of origin energy. The only way to determine an approximate cultivation level was to base the estimation on the ancient mammoth silhouettes that were developed by the martial artist from drawing upon the forces of heaven and earth. But Duan Lingtian, who had merged with the memories of rebirth martial emperor, was equivalent to a living rebirth martial emperor. His eyesight was unique. He could discern that Meng Quan wasn't a first-level core formation martial artist. The feeling Meng Quan gave him was similar to Xiao Yu, Lin Zhou, and Li Qing. The second level of the core formation stage. Even though he can defeat Xiaoyang, that only shows that his martial skills have a high cultivation stage. Up until now, he has only exerted the strength of two ancient mammoths. How did you see through his concealed cultivation? Li Fei obviously didn't believe him. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, opting to not debate on the matter with Li Fei. It wouldn't be long before the facts proved everything. So that's how it is. The corners of Xiao Yu's mouth curled into a smile. Obviously he noticed as well. Xiaoyang is really useless. Xiao Yun's beautiful eyebrows knit as her body jerked before lightly descending nearby to Meng Quan. Xiao Yu couldn't help but laugh bitterly at this scene. "Brother, can Xiao Yun defeat him?" Xiao Lan asked in a light voice. "Based on my estimation, among the young geniuses currently present in the star observation platform, there are at most 3 people who might have a chance at defeating him, so much as there might not even be 3 people." Xiao Yu shook his head. Xiao Lan's elegant and refined face emitted a shocked expression. She didn't expect that besides Duan Lingtian, there was another who her brother would regard so highly. "Big guy, I'll fight you," Xiao Yun shouted in a delicate voice. "Woman, I don't bully women," Meng Quan frowned. "You." Xiao Yun's face turned red from anger and her delicate body started to wildly tremble. Does this Meng Quan think that defeating Xiaoyang makes him peerless under the heavens? 1 month ago during the Xiao clan's martial meet, Xiaoyang wasn't Xiaoyun's match either, yet he actually dares to look down upon Xiaoyun. This bumpkin probably doesn't even recognize Xiaoyun. Since when did the Meng clan have such a figure? Some of the youths from the small clans started to discuss together. Go die, Xiaoyun shouted in a delicate voice as her graceful figure transformed into a gust of wind that flew towards Meng Quan. In terms of speed, she was faster than the earlier Xiaoyang, even having a speed comparable to Meng Quan's. Meng Quan was slightly shocked. Not daring to continue looking down upon Xiaoyun, he moved to intercept her. Devastating Ox Fist. This time, Meng Quan and Xiaoyun collided head-on and were equally matched. This Xiaoyun's strength is quite good. Duan Lingtian was slightly shocked. That's for sure. Among the younger generation females of the Xiao clan, her natural talent isn't inferior to Xiaolan's. Li Fei said. Duan Lingtian laughed as he asked, how about compared to you? More or less, Li Fei said. Xiaoyun is about to lose. Abruptly, Duan Lingtian saw the slight movements of Meng Quan and his eyebrows raised up. This guy finally couldn't hold back any longer. He could clearly see the origin energy on Meng Quan's fist instantly increase explosively, surpassing the scope of a first-level core formation martial artist. But it did not reach the second level of the core formation stage, thus it did not draw upon the forces of heaven and earth to develop the third ancient mammoth silhouette. But even so, it wasn't something Xiaoyun could compare to. Devastating Ox Fist. Meng Quan attacked once more, its sound and force like thunder. Bang! Xiaoyun was knocked backwards and her face turned deathly pale as she looked at Meng Quan in disbelief. She noticed that the strength of this big guy seemed to instantaneously increase a level, completely suppressing her and causing her to feel powerless. Let's do it again, Meng Quan grinned. Xiaoyun glared in return, angrily returning to Xiao Yu and Xiao Lan's side. Good. All the young geniuses from the smaller clans had expressions of disbelief and couldn't help themselves from cheering. Although they had compassion towards women, Meng Quan was, after all, a young genius from the smaller clans like them, so Meng Quan's accomplishments allowed them to gain pride and satisfaction. I'll battle you. A figure flew out. It was precisely Li Zhang. Although Li Zhang's strength was pretty good, it was still difficult for him to withstand the might of a single punch from Meng Quan, so he lost quickly. Okay, you guys play first, I'll take a short rest. After defeating Li Zhang, Meng Quan returned to the pergola and started gobbling down the light refreshments and tea prepared by the Xiao clan. As time flew by, most of the people present had commenced a battle. Only a few youths of the three great clans were yet to commence a battle. Among them were Duan Lingtian and Li Fei. Whoosh! Li Fei flew out and descended in the center of the star observation platform, attracting many burning gazes. In terms of appearance, Li Fei was on par with Xiao Lan. But the two of them were completely different types. Compared to Xiao Lan, who was like a fairy that transcended the mundane, Li Fei was the other extreme. With a devilish body and a face of an angel, she was even more attractive to men. Xiao Lan. Li Fei's gaze descended upon Xiao Lan as she called her name in challenge. Both being one of Aurora City's three beauties, none of them were willing to give in, as they both wanted to defeat the other in an aspect. For a moment, the gazes of the people present all shone. A spar between two of the three beauties of Aurora City was a rare scene indeed. They all felt that this trip wasn't for naught. Xiao Lan moved with graceful steps, coming to face Li Fei. Two unrivaled beauties standing together caused the atmosphere in the star observation platform to become silent. No one was willing to disturb this beautiful scene. Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't miss their fight, and he watched on with a fixed gaze. Wanderer's flash. Li Fei moved, seeming like a flashing red rose, her speed fast like a bolt of lightning. Cloud prancing. Xiao Lan moved as well. Her transcendent figure seemed to flutter. Above each of the two young girls were two ancient mammoth silhouettes that dashed out, seeming to be cheering for them. In terms of speed, the two young girls were on par. Starfall Fist. Li Fei's fist smashed down with origin energy bursting forth, transforming into a fist silhouette that seemed to be a falling shooting star. It was difficult to distinguish its genuineness. Cloud dispelling palm. Xiao Lan's palm swept out with a shapeless current filled with origin energy that dispersed out as if transforming into a group of white clouds. They seemed tranquil but actually contained killing intent. Bang! Among the fist silhouettes, Li Fei's true fist strike blasted out, creating a surge of explosions in the air. Whoosh! After the group of clouds, Xiaolan's fine, jade-like hands appeared as a palm suffused with vast amounts of origin energy descended. Bang! The palm and fist collided with each other. The bodies of the two girls jerked before both retreating 3 steps. Noticing Li Fei's body jerking, Xiaolan seemed to want to continue attacking. Little Fei, leave it at this. Even if you continue, it would only result in you two being equally matched. How about stopping here? Duan Lingtian smiled. Li Fei glared at Duan Lingtian. But she knew that what Duan Lingtian said was a fact. Xiao Yu stood out as well as he said with a smile, yeah, you two will be considered as tied. If the two of you go at it head-to-head, the result would be both of you being injured. After returning to Duan Lingtian's side, Li Fei asked in a questioning manner, were you worried that I'd injure her? Slander, I absolutely didn't have such thoughts. I was only afraid she would injure you and affect your ranking in the hidden dragon list. Duan Lingtian hurriedly provided an explanation. Really? Li Fei's expression eased up slightly. Of course, Duan Lingtian said decisively. That Meng Quan. Suddenly, Li Fei lifted her head and looked afar. Duan Lingtian looked over as well. Meng Quan, who had eaten his fill, burped before returning to the center of the star observation platform. His gaze descended upon a proud and aloof figure that stood afar. That's right, no doubt about it. You are, Li Qing, right? Didn't you say we were all bumpkins and we could challenge you? I'll now represent us bumpkins and challenge you, the Li clan's genius. Meng Quan was speaking to Li Qing. Li Qing's expression turned gloomy as he walked out quickly. Are you sure you want to challenge me? The corners of Li Qing's mouth curled into a sneer as if he had heard the joke of the century. What's with all the nonsenses? Let's fight. Meng Quan had an impatient expression. Good, very good, I will quickly make you regret your decision. Li Qing turned angry from embarrassment. Whoosh. Li Qing's body flashed towards Meng Quan as 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes instantly formed above him. His speed was shockingly fast. I heard long ago that the Li clan's #1 in the younger generation, Li Qing, had cultivated his high-grade profound rank movement technique, swimming dragon steps, to the mastery stage. Seeing it today, he really has a well-deserved reputation as expected. Since Meng Quan dared to challenge him, his courage deserves compliment, but unfortunately, before Li Qing, who's at the 2nd level of the core formation stage, it isn't enough. No matter what, Meng Quan is fighting for us. The young geniuses of the smaller clans discussed with each other. Finally, I have a worthy opponent, Meng Quan said in a slightly lazy manner, his body moving straight after. Whoosh. Instantly, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. Bang! Meng Quan's legs stomped on the ground as he transformed into a cannonball that had a speed not one bit inferior to Li Qing's, moving to intercept him. The strength of 3 ancient mammoths. On the star observation platform, besides Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu, everyone else was dumbstruck. This Meng Quan was actually a 2nd-level core formation martial artist. Chapter 0070. Only now did the people present realize that this Meng Quan was concealing his strength during the battles earlier. He wasn't a 1st-level core formation martial artist. He was actually the 4th 2nd-level core formation martial artist present besides Xiao Yu, Lin Zhou, and Li Qing. 2nd level of the core formation stage. Li Qing's pupils constricted. His state of mind was obviously startled by Meng Quan's sudden change. Devastating Ox Fist. Meng Quan's full force punch had even denser origin energy. Dark Nether Finger. Origin energy twisted around Li Qing's right index finger and condensed into a bizarre origin energy whirlpool, then he pointed out his finger as if all his energy was gathered on it. This finger strike touched Meng Quan's fist. Suddenly, Meng Quan's expression focused as his body flew backwards, causing a surge of piercingly cold wind. Meng Quan's eyes flickered with intelligence as he said indifferently, as expected of the Li clan's famous high-grade profound rank martial skill, Dark Nether Finger. You were able to cultivate it to the mastery stage, so your comprehension is really good, but a Dark Nether Finger only at the mastery stage, I'm afraid it's unable to defeat me. Bull's tea. Li Qing shouted harshly as his body flashed, seeming to transform into a gust of wind blowing towards Meng Quan. At this moment, Meng Quan turned around and pounced towards the side. He's going for the weapons. Instantly, many people perceived what Meng Quan was planning. Meng Quan was precisely moving towards the weapon racks. Humph. Seeing this, Li Qing didn't pursue but instead stood on the spot. To him, even if he pursued and won, it would still be an undignified victory, so he disdained doing so. What he wanted to do was to defeat his opponent head-on. Only then would he be able to trample on his opponent's dignity, receive gazes of veneration from the surrounding spectators, and satisfy his conceited heart. Whoosh! Ming Quan lifted his hand and grabbed a weapon off the weapon rack. A black iron rod. Li Qing moved. Swimming dragon steps. He flashed towards Meng Quan as if transforming into a dragon that was swimming swiftly like a flash and drawing upon the forces of wind and lightning. Come at me! Meng Quan released a loud shout as the black iron rod in his hand shook, lightly trembling. Thousand Shadow Rod. Instantly, the black iron rod trembled and was swung out along the course of Meng Quan's hand. A string of rod shadows descended straight towards Li Qing, who was moving towards him, menacingly approaching. That's all you got. Li Qing's feet stomped on the ground in a hurry, avoiding the black iron rod as he pointed his finger out. His finger strike tore through space as it went straight for Meng Quan. Dark Nether Finger. If his finger that contained a whirlpool of origin energy were to touch Meng Quan, the consequence would be obvious. Don't get happy too early. Meng Quan smiled indifferently. An ominous premonition arose in Li Qing's heart. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind came from behind. Li Qing's expression distorted as he hurriedly withdrew his dark nether finger and exerted strength with his legs. Swimming dragon steps. Not only that, he even instantly circulated his defensive martial skill. Golden bell cover. Bang! The black iron rod menacingly approached and shattered the defensive chi barrier on the surface of Li Qing's body, descending upon his back and blasting him flying. Bang! Li Qing was unable to maintain his balance and dropped to the ground in a sorry state. His back faced the sky while his face faced the ground, eating a mouthful of dust. Meng Quan glanced at Li Qing as he indifferently said, the middle-grade profound rank defense martial skill, Golden Bell Cover, at the mastery stage isn't enough to withstand my 1000 Shadow Rod. But it was fortunate that you circulated Golden Bell Cover in time and nullified half of the force from 1000 Shadow Rod. If you hadn't, this rod strike would have been more than enough to shatter your spine. Right, bear in mind not to insult others as bumpkins, your current circumstances would only cause others to think you're even inferior to a bumpkin. The flames of annihilation and fierceness disappeared from Meng Quan's eyes, and his serious expression quickly returned to his earlier straightforward appearance. If everyone hadn't experienced the resolute and ruthless side of him earlier, they might really be cheated by his harmless appearance. Li Qing had only just recovered slightly from his injuries with the assistance of a grade 9 gold injury pill. Hearing what Meng Quan said caused him to nearly faint from anger. I didn't expect Meng Quan's strongest move to not be his middle-grade profound rank martial skill, devastating Ox Fist, but the high-grade profound rank 1000 Shadow Rod, and his 1000 Shadow Rod seems to have stepped into the mastery stage. In our Aurora City, only the Li clan possesses the 1000 Shadow Rod, right? Could it be that he has some sort of relationship with the Li clan? He was so blunt to Li Qing. Do you really think he has any relationship with the Li clan? I nearly forgot about that. Satisfying. This Li Qing said that we were bumpkins earlier, but now he's even inferior to a bumpkin. Ha ha, comma. The young geniuses of the smaller clans had expressions filled with pride and satisfaction as they looked at Li Qing. Li Qing's expression turned even uglier, gloomy to the point that it seemed that water would drop out. Li Qing looked at Meng Quan as he said, in a cold voice, Meng Quan, don't be complacent. I was only careless earlier. If not for that, you might not have been able to defeat me. As far as he was concerned, his offensive martial skills and movement technique were on par with Meng Quan's. The reason he lost was because he was prejudiced by his first impression of Meng Quan and looked down upon him. What, do all of your Li clan members like to act shamelessly? If it was a life-and-death battle earlier, and I followed up my victory by pursuing you, you would undoubtedly have died. Meng Quan laughed. Yeah, even if you were careless, that is your problem. One of the young genius from a small clan couldn't help himself from speaking in support. Humph. In the Hidden Dragon List competition, victory is decided in a single battle, so I will naturally abide by this rule, but after today, I will sooner or later find you for a battle and wash away the shame of today. Li Qing grunted. You think I will waste more of my physical strength on you? This won't do, I'm hungry again. Meng Quan quickly ran back into the pergola and started gulping down the light refreshments inside, causing the people present to be amazed. Could it be that this Meng Quan was the reincarnation of a hungry ghost? This Meng Quan is interesting. Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed. Hurry up and tell the truth. Did you notice since the beginning that he was at the second level of the core formation stage? Li Fei looked towards Duan Lingtian with an expression that said, leniency to those who confess and severity to those who resist. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh, and said, with a slight lingering fear, Little Fei, you're not even my wife yet and you already have the appearance of a household affairs manager. Hey, if you become my wife in the future, won't I be entirely controlled by you? Go to hell. Li Fei gave Duan Lingtian a glare before extending her delicate, jade-like hands to pinch his thigh. Duan Lingtian's face turned green. In the innermost pergola on the star observation platform. Brother, you saw through Meng Quan since the beginning, right? And you didn't even warn me, causing me to go and bring misfortune to myself, Xiaoyun said, slightly dissatisfied. Little Yun, my intuition told me he wasn't simple. As for the matter of him being at the second level of the core formation stage, even I only found out when he fought Li Qing. Xiao Yu shook his head. Duan Lingtian. Just at this moment, a voice broke the momentary silence of the star observation platform. Lin Qi flew out and his gaze descended upon Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's eyebrows raised. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian unhurriedly walked out of the pergola and slowly walked to face Lin Qi. Compared to the way Lin Qi made an appearance, it formed a distinct contrast. A body-tempering martial artist will always be a body-tempering martial artist. Even if the rumors were even more exaggerated, it wouldn't change the fact that he's only a body-tempering martial artist. Many youth geniuses from the smaller clans glanced at Duan Lingtian in disdain. Of course, their eyes obviously emitted a trace of envy. The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth had a faint smile on it. He guessed the reason why these people were against him. That little girl, Li Fei, was really a source of trouble. Duan Lingtian, rumors say you can exert the strength of 3 ancient mammoths by merely relying on your 9th level body tempering cultivation. Today, I really want to experience it for myself. Lin Qi looked at Duan Lingtian as his battle intent increased. That would depend on whether you're capable of forcing me to use the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian smiled. Lin Qi had a serious expression but didn't reply. His body flashed as he exploded forth with his full strength of 2 ancient mammoths. Traceless snow steps. Duan Lingtian noticed that Lin Qi, who had broken through to the first level of the core formation stage, had a speed increase of an entire 2 times compared to the speed he had when he fought with Duan Lingtian the other day. But Lin Qi's high-grade profound rank movement technique, Traceless Snow Steps, was still at the initial stage. However, Duan Lingtian's movement technique had already broken through to the mastery stage. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian moved. He suppressed his strength to around 19,000 pounds, so the second ancient mammoth silhouette didn't appear. As the spectators saw it, he was only using the strength of 1 ancient mammoth. However, relying on a strength that was 1,000 pounds lower than Lin Qi. In terms of speed, Duan Lingtian's mastery staged Spirit Serpent Movement Technique utterly defeated Lin Qi's initial staged Traceless Snow Steps. FK. I admit defeat. Lin Qi pursued Duan Lingtian for a moment, but after noticing that he was completely unable to catch up to him, he couldn't stop himself from spouting out a vulgarity. He was clear of Duan Lingtian's skills. Under the condition that he was unable to catch up to Duan Lingtian could easily defeat him. Since he knew the ending, he didn't continue to persist. Persisting would only lead to an even greater loss of face. Duan Lingtian, your movement technique seems to already be higher than my Traceless Steps by a stage. Lin Qi glanced at Duan Lingtian. Nice insight. Duan Lingtian grinned. The strength this guy used earlier was absolutely approaching the strength of 2 ancient mammoths, Lin Qi thought in his heart. He realized that Duan Lingtian was purposefully concealing his weakness. What movement technique did this Duan Lingtian execute? He only used the strength of 1 ancient mammoth and was able to be faster than Lin Qi, who exerted the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. My speed is inferior to his. I'm inferior as well. The young geniuses of the smaller clans didn't dare to look down upon Duan Lingtian anymore. Does anyone else wish to provide their guidance? Since he was already in the arena, Duan Lingtian didn't plan to leave straight away. After all, walking up and down was quite tiring. Li Qing's expression was gloomy. He wanted to battle Duan Lingtian, but his injuries still needed a while longer to heal. Duan Lingtian, you won't be complacent for long. Li Qing took a deep breath as he swore in his heart. I'll try. A figure flashed over from afar, descending in front of Duan Lingtian. Lin Zhou, there's a common saying. Hunting a tiger requires the cooperation of brothers, looks like you plan to imitate our forefathers, Lin Zhou. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Lin Zhou, the Lin Chan's top disciple in the younger generation. The 9th ranked in last year's Hidden Dragon list. Chapter 0071. Duan Lingtian and Lin Zhou stood confronting each other. The gazes of the people on the star observation platform were all focused on them. Lin Zhou, 18, second level of the core formation stage, the top disciple in the Lin clan younger generation. Duan Lingtian, 16, 9th level of the body tempering stage, the Li clan's second place in the younger generation. Lin Zhou's strength was widely known. However, this Duan Lingtian was a figure that was like a comet suddenly appearing on the horizon. Allegedly, he could exert the strength of 3 ancient mammoths by merely relying on his 9th level body tempering cultivation. Xiaolan blinked her beautiful clear eyes as she asked, "Brother, who do you think will win?" "I favor Duan Lingtian." Xiao Yu's cold face had a rare smile on it. Xiao Yun besides him didn't interrupt this time. She looked at Duan Lingtian full of interest. This rascal. Li Fei lightly grit her teeth as her eyes that were clear as water looked at Duan Lingtian. "Let's start this." Lin Zhou nodded to Duan Lingtian, after which his body flashed. Swift lightning steps. Lin Zhou's body flashed accompanied by the sound of thunder striking, approaching in full fury. Noticing this, Duan Lingtian moved as well. Spirit Serpent movement technique. His entire body seemed to transform into a spirit serpent as he scurried towards Lin Zhou. "Eat this," Lin Zhou shouted in a low voice. His hand was like palm leaf fan as it slapped down abruptly. Heaven's net palm. Lin Zhou's palm descended like a net that covered the heavens and earth, enveloping Duan Lingtian within and causing him to be unable to flee. The hearts of the people present trembled as they saw this scene. Lin Zhou's heaven's net palm had almost completely enveloped Duan Lingtian's upper body. Just when everyone thought Duan Lingtian could only choose to fight Lin Zhou head-on. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's body inclined to a degree that seemed like he would fall flat at any moment. This scene caused everyone's heart to be in their throats. Duan Lingtian's body that was about to touch the floor jerked and abruptly stood up straight, then it seemed to transform into a spirit serpent as he leapt behind Lin Zhou. He actually dodged it. On the star observation platform, every gaze was filled with disbelief. Is this Duan Lingtian human? Able to complete a movement of such high difficulty? Collapsing fist. Duan Lingtian fixed his eyes on Lin Zhou's back and his gaze turned cold. His entire body seemed to bend into a heavy bow as he swung out a straight punch with force that was exerted like a landslide. Causing a surge of shapeless wind, Lin Zhou's eyes flashed with astonishment. Feeling the wind coming from behind him, he increased his speed. The strength of 3 ancient mammoths completely exploded forth. Swift lightning steps. His speed surged as fast as lightning, dodging Duan Lingtian's collapsing fist with ease. Duan Lingtian, if you want to defeat me, merely relying on a strength that's close to the strength of 2 ancient mammoths isn't enough. Lin Zhou noticed with a glance that Duan Lingtian was purposely suppressing his strength. Duan Lingtian didn't reply. His body flashed once more. Instantly, 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. 29,000 pounds of strength exploded forth. He was only 1,000 pounds of strength short from forming the 3rd ancient mammoth silhouette. Spirit Serpent movement technique. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's speed experienced an increase. He was not one bit slower than Lin Zhou's swift lightning steps. In terms of movement techniques, his Spirit Serpent movement technique and Lin Zhou's swift lightning steps were both high-grade profound rank movement techniques and both were cultivated to the mastery stage. In terms of strength, he was only 1,000 pounds weaker than Lin Zhou, so his speed was not visibly slower than Lin Zhou's. Eat this. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, Lin Zhou once again rushed towards Duan Lingtian, slapping out a palm that raged with origin energy. Heaven's net palm. This time, the net formed of palm silhouettes that covered the heavens and earth nearly completely enveloped Duan Lingtian's entire body, causing him to have no way out. Duan Lingtian can't dodge at this time. Many people on the star observation platform thought in their hearts. Li Fei's heart rose to her throat as well. Under everyone's gazes, Duan Lingtian, who was in a sticky situation, finally moved. His hand flashed past his waist. Sword drawing arts. A violet sword shine appeared. The flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand seemed to have grown a pair of eyes as it directly slapped towards a sword silhouette at the side. Bang! The flat side of the sword slapped out and a clear ringing sounded. Lin Zhou's face distorted. Swift lightning steps. He hastily retreated. The sharp pain coming from his palm caused Lin Zhou to unconsciously flip his palm over and take a glance. On his palm was a 2-finger-wide bruises caused by a sword blade. This scene was caught by many of the people present. Oh my god, Duan Lingtian actually broke Lin Zhou's heaven's net palm with a single sword strike. Unbelievable. No matter whether it was the young geniuses of the 3 families or the young geniuses of the smaller clans, they all presently had an expression filled with disbelief. I lost. Lin Zhou was stupefied for a moment before glancing at Duan Lingtian with a face filled with a bitter smile. He understood that Duan Lingtian had showed mercy. If Duan Lingtian hadn't used the flat side of the sword but used the blade instead, his palm would surely have been sliced in half. It was a good fight. Duan Lingtian smiled to Lin Zhou. The surrounding young geniuses didn't dare look down on Duan Lingtian anymore. A martial artist at the 9th level of the body tempering stage exerting the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. It was absolutely unbelievable. Not only that, he even relied upon the strength of 2 ancient mammoths to defeat Lin Zhou, who was at the 2nd level of the core formation stage. Duan Lingtian, no wonder the rumors say that your sword skill is marvelous. Seeing it today, its reputation is well deserved as expected. Xiao Yu walked out in large strides. Xiao Lan and Xiao Yun followed behind him. At this moment, the 2 girls looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that emitted a trace of admiration. In terms of age, this Duan Lingtian was younger than them. Brother Xiao, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. His gaze descended upon Xiao Lan, who was beside Xiao Yu, and nodded to her. My brother rarely gives out praise, Duan Lingtian. You're worthy of it. Xiao Lan smiled beautifully, like a fairy that had fallen to the mortal realm. Yeah, brother Yu has never once praised me. Xiao Yu deeply approved. Then I'm even more terrified. Duan Lingtian laughed. Rascal. A sweet fragrance invaded his nose as a young girl with a devilish body and angelic appearance arrived beside Duan Lingtian. Her hand secretly arrived at Duan Lingtian's waist, lightly twisting. A sharp pain descended. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth jerked. This overly jealous girl, brother Xiao, I expended some physical strength earlier, so I'll go get some rest first. Duan Lingtian smiled to Xiao Yu. He could imagine how if he was slightly hesitant, Li Fei would surely use even more force. Yeah, Xiao Yu, among the young geniuses on the star observation platform, it seems like only you and Lian haven't had a battle yet. Why don't the 2 of you have a battle? Li Fei suggested. I naturally have no problem with that, but I wonder if Lian would grant me this honor. Xiao Yu looked at the nearby Lian. Young Master Yu, spare me, please. How could I be a match for you? Lian hurriedly shook his head in disapproval. Xiao Yu's eyebrows knit. What he disdained the most was the type of person who didn't even have the courage to fight him. In his opinion, this of person wouldn't have any great achievement in their lifetime. Besides natural talent and comprehension, courage was the most important trait for a martial artist. Xiao Yu. Just at this moment, a white-clothed, proud, and aloof figure returned to the arena. Li Qing. Li Qing's gaze swept past Li Fei just in time to see her walking away shoulder to shoulder with Duan Lingtian. His expression was ugly and his gaze turned grim and cold. Xiao Yu naturally caught Li Qing's actions. Li Qing, have the injuries from your battle with Meng Quan healed? Xiao Yu asked, as he was reluctant to take advantage of him. It's only external injuries. They all healed after I consumed a grade 9 gold injury pill. Li Qing nodded. His gaze was still cold and grim. Okay. Xiao Yu nodded, then he moved to confront Li Qing after asking the 2 girls beside him to stand back. Then let's start. Xiao Yu looked at Li Qing. His cold figure was unmovable like a mountain. It was as if he was waiting for Li Qing to make the first move. Li Qing's gaze descended upon Xiao Yu. If I can defeat Xiao Yu, Fei Fei will surely hold me in high esteem, so much so that she might leave Duan Lingtian and choose me, Li Qing thought in his heart, his gaze fanatical. Battle intent rising. Defeat Xiao Yu. Swimming dragon steps. Li Qing's body jerked as he fully exerted his strength of 3 ancient mammoths and rushed towards Xiao Yu. He noticed that Xiao Yu standing before him without any intention of making a move. Xiao Yu, I'll defeat you in one move. Li Qing's gaze was cold as his hand shook and swept past the sky in full fury. Dark nether finger. His origin energy condensed into a whirlpool at the tip of his finger as he pointed it out, whistling through the air as it approached Xiao Yu. Right at the instant Li Qing attacked, Xiao Yu moved. Above him, two ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. He shook his sleeve as he moved to intercept Li Qing's dark nether finger. Instantly, Li Qing's expression distorted. He noticed that his finger strike seemed to have hit a ball of cotton. He had absolutely nowhere to exert the force within. In the next moment, he realized the danger involved and hurriedly withdrew his hand. It's too late. A cold voice entered Li Qing's ears. Instantly, Li Qing's sight turned black and he was blasted flying by Xiao Yu's sleeve, shocking his internal organs and causing him to feel something rush forth into his throat. The pride in his heart made Li Qing forcefully swallow this mouthful of blood. What a strong martial skill. Duan Lingtian was slightly moved. Xiao Yu's action of swinging his sleeve seemed casual, but in reality it contained a terrifying martial skill which countered strength using softness. It was virtually identical in nature to Tai Chi from his previous life. But unfortunately, the Tai Chi from his previous life had long since declined. At least Duan Lingtian had never met a true Tai Chi master. Tai Chi, it only appeared in the morning exercise of elderly people in parks. Having form but not the spirit. Could it be that the martial skill young Master Yu executed earlier was the Shao clan's strongest high-grade profound rank martial skill, sleeve dimension? Too terrifying, breaking Li Qing's mastery staged dark nether finger with just a swing of the sleeve. Completely not on the same level. Looks can be deceiving. Now I believe that Duan Lingtian absolutely didn't willingly admit defeat that day. On the star observation platform, the group of young geniuses started discussing animatedly and did not suppress their voices one bit. These voices felt like sharp needles as they entered Li Qing's ears. I will defeat Duan Lingtian in front of everyone, and let you all know the disparity between him and me. Li Qing swore in his heart. Li Qing looked towards Xiao Yu and asked, in a heavy voice, Xiao Yu, your sleeve dimension has been cultivated to the perfection stage. Yes. Xiao Yu nodded lightly. No wonder, next time, once my dark nether finger steps into the perfection stage, I will surely come battle you once more. I want to see if your sleeve dimension stronger or if my dark nether finger stronger. Leaving these remarks, Li Qing moved aside. Xiao Yu had a cold expression as he indifferently said, I'll naturally accompany you. Sleeve dimension. Duan Lingtian was slightly moved. What a domineering martial skill. Chapter 0072. Xiao Yu could be considered to have defeated Li Qing without the slightest effort, without any consumption whatsoever. His gaze fell upon the faraway Meng Quan, who was still eating and drinking to his heart's content. Meng Quan, have you finished eating? Xiao Yu directly issued a challenge to Meng Quan. Meng Quan picked up another dim sum and swallowed it before slowly walking out of the pergola. I'll be using a weapon straight off if it's fighting you, or else I'll surely end up like Li Qing, getting sent flying by a swing of your sleeve. Notifying Xiao Yu, Meng Quan drew a black iron rod from the weapons rack. Do as you please. Xiao Yu nodded. Meng Quan held the black iron rod in his hand as he stood to face Xiao Yu. The straightforward smile on his face had vanished and was replaced by a serious expression. Although I know I might not be a match for you, I still want to try. I want to know the disparity between me and you, the publicly acknowledged #1 youth in Aurora City's younger generation. Meng Quan had an earnest expression. Suddenly, he moved. 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. Arriving in front of Xiao Yu in the blink of an eye, the black iron rod in his hand trembled, whistling through the air as it descended. Thousand Shadow Rod. His rod strike transformed into tens of rod shadows as it descended, smashing straight towards Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu still did not move. He stood there, immovable like a mountain. Facing Meng Quan's head-on blow, his sleeve moved once again. Faint origin energy almost completely twined the sleeve as it lightly jerked. Sleeve dimension. He swung his sleeve out to intercept Meng Quan's menacingly approaching rod strike. Meng Quan's black iron rod jerked, avoiding Xiao Yu's sleeve, and instantly changed directions to a horizontal sweep at Xiao Yu's waist. Whoosh! Shapeless waves of air vibrated, as the might of Meng Quan's rod strike was extremely ferocious. If a normal person were to be smashed by this rod strike, it would lead to paralysis or even death. Xiao Yu is actually not dodging. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He noticed that if Xiao Yu wanted to dodge the attack from Meng Quan, it wouldn't be difficult. But he instead didn't dodge, and he didn't execute sleeve dimension again. It was as if he was waiting for Meng Quan's rod strike to smash down. Is young Master Yu planning to receive Meng Quan's rod strike head-on? Many people had their eyes wide open with expressions of disbelief. Among the people present, only the 4 Shao clan youths and young girls, including Xiao Lan and Xiao Yun, had tranquil expressions. It was as if they were not one bit surprised. Bang! Meng Quan's rod strike finally smashed onto Xiao Yu's waist, or more accurately, it smashed the defensive chi barrier on Xiao Yu's body. The defensive chi barrier abruptly shuddered. In the next moment, it completely shattered. And at the exact moment the defensive chi barrier shattered, Meng Quan let out a shrill cry as he was blasted flying along with his rod, both falling on the ground in a sorry state. This is. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. Wasn't this his defensive martial skill, greater teleportation? How could Xiao Yu also know it? Moreover, Xiao Yu's greater teleportation was at a higher stage than his, already being cultivated to the mastery stage. That's why he was able to take Meng Quan's 1000 Shadow Rod head-on. After all, they were both high-grade profound rank martial skills at the mastery stage. It's Star Shift. I heard that the Xiao clan possesses a heaven-defying high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill that is able to give someone a dose of their own medicine. Young Master Yu was able to use Star Shift to counter Meng Quan's 1000 Shadow Rod head-on. He surely has cultivated Star Shift to the mastery stage. Oh my god, perfect stage sleeve dimension, mastery stage Star Shift. Young Master Yu's comprehension ability is truly shocking. Many people recognize the defensive martial skills Xiao Yu executed. Star Shift. So that's how it is, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. The greater teleportation he cultivated and Xiao Yu's Star Shift were martial skills that had an almost identical effect. The defensive martial skill you cultivate is also Star Shift. Hearing the discussions, Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian with a strange expression. She had once fought with Duan Lingtian and thus knew of the strangeness of his defensive martial skill. It was almost exactly the same as Xiao Yu's Star Shift. No, only the characteristics are the same. My defensive martial skill is called Greater Teleportation. You don't have to be so ruthless, right? I'd rather be defeated how Li Qing was, being forced back by a single swing of your sleeve. If I knew earlier how abnormal your defensive martial skill was, I wouldn't even have fought you. Meng Quan got up with a face full of dust and glanced at Xiao Yu with a gaze filled with hidden bitterness. Immediately, it attracted a wave of sincere laughter. Meng Quan, you were able to make young Master Yu use Star Shift. It's already worthy to be proud of. Yeah, at least you're stronger than someone who is even inferior to bumpkins. Many people laughed as they talked. Don't compare me to someone who suffered defeat at my hands, that's insulting me. Meng Quan glared with an unsatisfied expression. Li Qing, who was standing at the side, had a gloomy expression. He was enraged to the limit. Duan Lingtian, I want to battle you. Meng Quan looked towards Duan Lingtian. Xiao Yu's gaze flickered, returning back to Xiao Lan's side. Why did you choose me? Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't refuse and directly walked out. After all, his target was the first rank in the Hidden Dragon list. If he wanted to get the first rank, then it was necessary for him to have the strength to dominate all of the young geniuses present. But he was puzzled. Why would this Meng Quan directly choose him? He seemingly hadn't fought Lin Zhou yet, right? Originally, I thought that besides Xiao Yu, my opponent would only be Lin Zhou and Li Qing, but now Li Qing was defeated by me, and I can't defeat Xiao Yu, whereas you defeated Lin Zhou. Thus, I naturally would choose you. If I defeat you, I don't even need to fight Lin Zhou anymore, Meng Quan said as a matter of course. Duan Lingtian was stunned. After thinking about it, it was indeed the right argument. You're pretty astute. Duan Lingtian smiled. After a short moment, Meng Quan attacked. Exploding forth with his entire strength of 3 ancient mammoths. He attacked like a gust of wind with rod shadows that covered the skies, smashing straight towards Duan Lingtian. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian moved at a tricky angle, avoiding Meng Quan's rod strike. Noticing Meng Quan's rod strike was sweeping towards him horizontally, Duan Lingtian moved once more. As if transforming into a serpent, he coiled along the black iron rod in Meng Quan's hand and moved towards him. There was a common saying, hit a snake with a rod and it will coil up the rod towards you. What the saying said might be what happened right now. Collapsing fist. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Duan Lingtian's fist smashed directly at Meng Quan's chest, blasting him flying. Pooh! Meng Quan spat out a mouthful of blood before glaring at Duan Lingtian. What movement technique is that? It feels like it restrains my 1000 Shadow Rod. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. Haven't you heard of, hit a snake with a rod and it will coil up the rod towards you? Even that is possible. Meng Quan smiled bitterly as he withdrew himself. Hit a snake with a rod and it will coil up the rod towards you. Duan Lingtian's movement technique, spirit serpent movement technique, virtually seems to be made just to restrict Meng Quan's thousand shadow rod. Meng Quan is really unlucky. Many people had odd smiles on their faces, they could perceive Meng Quan's grievance. Duan Lingtian. Just at this moment, Li Qing walked out in large strides to arrive in front of Duan Lingtian. Huh, Duan Lingtian's eyebrows raised. Li Qing, you don't seem to be lightly injured, don't tell me you want to fight me in such a state. It's more than enough to defeat you. Li Qing sneered. Everyone can brag, come on. Duan Lingtian silently awaited for Li Qing to make his move. Wait, unexpectedly, Li Qing abruptly called out. Is something the matter? Duan Lingtian frowned. This Li Qing was so bothersome. Why don't we make a bet? Li Qing took in a deep breath. His eyes that were like an array of stars glistened. What bet? Duan Lingtian's gaze shone. The loser of our battle will not come into contact with Fei Fei for their entire lifetime and must take a detour as long you could see her from afar. Do you dare to accept this bet? Li Qing said directly. Duan Lingtian's expression froze. He originally thought Li Qing would bet some medicinal pills, silver, or some sort of other bet. Duan Lingtian started laughing. What are you laughing at? Li Qing got angry from embarrassment. Nothing, I just feel it's funny. What are you to little Fei? And what qualifications do you have to use little Fei in a gamble? Did you ask little Fei's opinion? Also, little Fei is a person, not an item, she has her own thoughts. What were you thinking when you made her a part of your gamble? Did you take her as an item that could be casually lost to another? As Duan Lingtian asked, each question caused Li Qing's expression to distort. I. Li Qing was both embarrassed and enraged, but he didn't know how to retort. Nicely said, Meng Quan praised. The gazes of the surround people towards Li Qing had a trace of contempt. Speaking of such a gamble, this Li Qing really doesn't want his face anymore. Any person with a good sense would easily notice that Li Fei liked Duan Lingtian. Looks like he really likes Li Fei. Xiao Lan's clear eyes flashed, vaguely flickered within was a trace of a sense of loss. When Li Qing spoke of the gamble, Li Fei's face was covered in a layer of frost, but when she heard what Duan Lingtian said, her expression finally eased up. For the first time, she felt that Duan Lingtian was actually so noble. Her heart was warm. Duan Lingtian, I want you dead. Under his extreme rage, Li Qing almost completely lost all reason. On the space above him, the forces of heaven and earth shook as three ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. Swimming dragon steps. Dark nether finger. Li Qing attacked madly, every move containing a bloodthirsty killing intent, without a single shred of mercy, going straight towards Duan Lingtian's vital points. Spirit serpent movement technique. As he dodged, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grim. Even a kind person would get enraged when threatened. Li Qing, you're going too far. Duan Lingtian sneered as his right hand flashed past his waist and a violet sword shine appeared once again. Sword drawing arts. The icy cold sword strike that was swift and fierce intercepted Li Qing's dark nether finger. Whoosh! Li Qing swiftly withdrew his attack, dodging Duan Lingtian's sword strike before striking with his finger once more, aiming towards the flat-side violet meteorite flexible sword's blade. Clang! But his finger strike descended unto empty space. Duan Lingtian had already sheathed his sword. Since you want to kill me, then I'll cut off your finger. Duan Lingtian's indifferent voice had just sounded. In the time it took a bolt of lightning to flash. Whoosh! He drew his sword once more and a violet sword shine flashed by. Sword drawn, finger cut. Ah! Li Qing emitted a shrill cry. His left hand clasped the bloody spot where his right hand's finger was cut off, his face deathly pale. At this moment, his cut-off finger had already dropped on the ground. He endured the pain and allowed his cold sweat to pour as he extended his left hand to pick up his cut-off finger, leaving the star observation platform as if he was flying. At this moment, what hidden dragon list ranking, what Li Fei? He didn't give a care. He only knew that if he didn't connect this cut-off finger in time, the dark nether finger that he bitterly cultivated for years would be completely crippled. His dark nether finger's might was all on the index finger of his right hand. Duan Lingtian, I will surely return today's shame 100-fold, 1,000-fold. As he left, Li Qing didn't forget to roar. Duan Lingtian's face emitted a cold smile, entirely not paying any attention to Li Qing's threat. Chapter 0073. The young geniuses in the star observation platform only reacted after Li Qing's figure disappeared before them. Whoosh, 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 gazes descended onto the violet-clothed youth one after the other. They all felt a chill run down their spines. This Duan Lingtian had acted really decisively. If he said that he would cut off one finger, then he wouldn't cut off a second. Most of the young genius eyes emitted a trace of reverence. Duan Lingtian used his formidable strength and decisive approach to win the reverence of these young geniuses. He was different from the other young geniuses. The corners of Li An's mouth curled into a sneer as a sense of joy arose in his heart. Duan Lingtian, no matter what, Li Qing is still the Grand Elder's grandson. I want to see how a little branch family disciple like you will face the Grand Elder's rage. Li Qing being crippled was something he was happy about. Duan Lingtian getting into trouble was something he was happy about as well. You're too rash. Li Qing is the Grand Elder's grandson after all, and the Grand Elder has always been protective. Li Fei looked towards Duan Lingtian, her beautiful eyebrows slightly knit. Little Fei, are you worried about me? Duan Lingtian laughed faintly. You can still laugh even at such a time. Li Fei said angrily. Don't worry, today's matter is something that many people bore witness to. If it wasn't for Li Qing being overbearing and persistently at my heels, I wouldn't have gone so far as to cut off his finger. I didn't kill him, it could be considered as me giving Grand Elder enough face. Duan Lingtian made nothing of it. Regarding today's matter, Grand Elder indeed won't cause trouble for you during the day, but a visible spear is easily withstood, whereas an unseen arrow is hard to guard against. I've heard from my grandfather that the Grand Elder is not a pushover, Li Fei said anxiously. Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed as he lightly smiled. Really? You? Li Fei was completely helpless. Duan Lingtian was extremely obstinate. But she had a plan in her heart. After returning today, she would tell her grandfather what happened and ask him to protect Duan Lingtian. Lin Zhou, do we still need to battle each other? Xiao Yu's gaze descended onto Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou waved his hand dismissively as he casually said, forget about it. We only just sparred a few days ago, and I haven't had a break in these past few days. Xiao Yu nodded, then you'll battle Meng Quan, and once Duan Lingtian recovers, I'll battle him, and compete for the first rank in the Hidden Dragon list. Does anyone have any objections? After he finished speaking, Xiao Yu's gaze swept across all the remaining young geniuses in the star observation platform. No one made a sound. Very good, Xiao Yu nodded. This year's Hidden Dragon list's first and second rank will be decided between Duan Lingtian and I, the third and fourth rank will be decided between Lin Zhou and Meng Quan. The fifth is Li Qing. Meng Quan. Lin Zhou looked towards Meng Quan. Meng Quan stuffed a piece of dim sum into his mouth and said, in an unclear voice, wait. I still haven't rested enough, there's no need to hurry, decide on the last 5 first and we can battle after. Lin Zhou was speechless. Okay, now we'll start the ranking battle for the last 5 ranks in the Hidden Dragon list. Xiao Yu nodded. Under his direction, the more outstanding young geniuses of the 3 great clans continuously battled the outstanding youths of the smaller clans. In the end, the verdict was Hidden Dragon list 6th, Lian. 7th and the 8th tied by Li Fei and Xiao Lan. 9th and 10th tied by Xiao Yun and Lin Qi. In the Hidden Dragon list, only Meng Quan came from the smaller clans. The other 9 were all from the 3 great clans. Towards this result, the young geniuses of the small clans were not surprised. At any rate, they had Meng Quan who entered the Hidden Dragon list this year. At this moment, the sky had already come close to dusk. Okay, Meng Quan walked out and directly took up the black iron rod before looking at Lin Qi with a gaze that emitted battle intent. Lin Zhou flew out to confront Meng Quan. Abruptly, they both moved simultaneously. Immediately, half of the star observation platform was enveloped in rod shadows and palm shadows. Heaven's net palm formed a net that covered the heavens and the earth, causing its opponent to be unable to flee. Thousand Shadow Rod moved freely like a shadow, always able to give the opponent a quick and ferocious strike at the critical juncture. Whoosh! The 2 of them battled for tens of moves, but in the end, Lin Zhou feinted an opening and enveloped Meng Quan with his Heaven's net palm, injuring Meng Quan. FK. The 3rd place is gone. Meng Quan couldn't help himself from spouting out vulgarities. He was slightly vexed and then he casually threw the black iron rod aside. Although Meng Quan lost, he still obtained the respect of everyone. A disciple of a small clan being able to achieve such an accomplishment was truly rare. It could be imagined that with his natural talent, if he could obtain the fostering from one of the three great clans, defeating Lin Zhou in the future wasn't impossible. Meng Quan. At this moment, Xiao Yu walked out as he looked towards Meng Quan. If you're interested in joining our Xiao clan to become a disciple with another surname of the Xiao clan will spare no efforts in fostering you. Obviously, Xiao Yu took a fancy to Meng Quan's natural talent, so he extended an olive branch to him. Meng Quan, if you join our Lin clan, what our Lin clan can give you wouldn't be less than the Xiao clan. Lin Zhou was unwilling to lag behind. Lin Zhou is the Lin clan's patriarch's son, so it's normal for him to endeavor to win over Meng Quan for the Lin clan. This Xiao Yu shouldn't be the Xiao clan's patriarch's son, right? Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian couldn't help himself from asking Li Fei. You don't know Xiao Yu's background? Li Fei had a strange gaze. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Although Xiao Yu isn't the son of the Xiao clan's patriarch, his status in the Xiao clan is even higher than the Xiao clan patriarch's son. Xiao Yu's grandfather is the supreme elder of the Xiao clan, one of the Xiao clan's nascent soul powerhouses, Li Fei explained. Duan Lingtian's gaze flickered. So that's how it is, no wonder then. Sorry, but after a period of time, I'm going to leave Aurora City and head to Iron Blood City to join the army. Meng Quan smiled regretfully to Xiao Yu and Lin Zhou. Iron Blood City, join the army. Duan Lingtian was stupefied. Xiao Yu and Lin Zhou were startled as well. The young geniuses looked at Meng Quan with gazes that seemed like they had seen a ghost. Could it be that Meng Quan wanted to enter the Iron Blood Army's genius camp? Although Meng Quan's strength is pretty good, wanting to enter the genius camp seems to still be quite difficult. Yeah, the genius camp test now only requires the age to be below 19, but the strength requirement is also extremely high. Allegedly, even a genius martial artist at the third level of the core formation stage might not be able to pass the test. This Meng Quan is absolutely insane. Some of the young geniuses couldn't help but shake their heads, as they did not look favorably upon Meng Quan. Lin Zhou's eyes stared fixedly at Meng Quan as he asked, Meng Quan, you plan to enter the Iron Blood Army's genius camp? I plan to, but I don't know if I can pass the test. I heard that the genius camp test is extremely rigorous. Meng Quan smiled in a straightforward manner. It's far more than just rigorous. According to the disciples of our Lin clan who went and returned, the genius camp test is absolutely abnormal. In fact, in the past few years, there has hardly been any young geniuses of our Aurora City that were capable of passing the test and entering the Iron Blood Army's genius camp. Lin Zhou heaved a sigh. Unfortunately, my father isn't willing to let me go, or else I would love to go and have a try. The Iron Blood Army's genius camp was cutthroat. Allegedly, there were plenty of young geniuses that died in there every year. Lin Zhou's expression turned serious as he said, but if you can't pass the genius camp test, the door to our Lin clan will always be open for you. He wasn't willing to give up on a talent such as Meng Quan. Okay, Meng Quan nodded and agreed. Meng Quan, when do you plan on leaving? Suddenly, Xiao Yu looked at Meng Quan. His eyes flashed with a thread of light. The genius camp's yearly test is half a year away. I plan to leave in 5 months. Meng Quan smiled in a straightforward manner. In 5 months, huh? At that time, come find me at the Xiao clan. I'll go with you, Xiao Yu said. You're going as well? Meng Quan was stupefied. Big guy, brother Yu has been planning to enter the genius camp for months. Xiao Yun grunted. Young Master Yu wants to enter the genius camp. The crowd of young geniuses present in the star observation platform all looked at Xiao Yu in surprise. As far as they were concerned, Xiao Yu was the most outstanding genius disciple of the Xiao clan in the past 100 years. As long as he stayed in the Xiao clan, becoming the Xiao clan's patriarch in the future was virtually a decided matter. But once he enters the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, then he will only have a slim chance of surviving. If they were Xiao Yu, they would definitely not take the risk. Even though the returns were great, that would rely upon being able to survive. Once dead, everything is lost. Okay, I'll go with you at that time. At least we can look after each other. Meng Quan smiled. Xiao Yu nodded, and his gaze moved on to descend upon Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was just thinking about asking Li Fei what the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, but when he noticed Xiao Yu's gaze sweep over, his body jerked and he directly entered the arena to confront Xiao Yu. On the star observation platform, everyone's gazes descended on the two of them. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu's battle will decide the first ranked on the Hidden Dragon list this year. Do you all think Duan Lingtian is able to defeat Xiao Yu? How could that be possible? Although I admit Duan Lingtian is extremely formidable, so much so that his natural talent isn't inferior to young Master Yu's, but he is only 16 after all, he's certainly unable to match young Master Yu right now. Yeah, I think so too, while the young geniuses discussed one by one. Duan Lingtian moved, and Xiao Yu still stood on the spot, immovable like a mountain. Sword drawing arts. The first move Duan Lingtian made was already his strongest technique. At the same time, above his head, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes formed. Battling Xiao Yu, he didn't hold back any longer. 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes. The surrounding young geniuses that were spectating were all struck dumb. A 9th-level body-tempering martial artist exerting the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. Looks like the rumors were all true. Whoosh! The violet sword shine mixed with a cold and fierce aura flashed straight towards Xiao Yu. Sleeve dimension. Xiao Yu swung out his sleeve as his origin energy enveloped the sleeve, trying to roll up the flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Humph! The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. The hand that held the sword shook. Re-up! The sword strike penetrated Xiao Yu's origin energy and pierced through his sleeve, tearing it apart. Spirit weapon! As Xiao Yu exclaimed, his expression distorted and he quickly retreated. Shadowless drifting light. Instantly, Xiao Yu created after imagers as he flashed and retreated, his speed swift to the limit, avoiding Duan Lingtian's sword strike. Above him, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes slowly formed. Spirit weapon. Everyone on the star observation platform was stupefied. This Duan Lingtian actually had a spirit weapon. Wasn't he a branch family disciple of the Li clan? After all, in the entire Li clan, even a main clan disciple such as Li Qing didn't own a spirit weapon. Chapter 0074. Spirit weapon. Li Fei also looked towards Duan Lingtian. Even he had a spirit weapon. No, it doesn't seem to be a spirit weapon. Your strength didn't seem like it received any amplification. Moreover, it would be impossible even for a spirit weapon to completely ignore my origin energy. What sword is that? After standing still, Xiao Yu had a brief expression of fear as he glanced at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded before answering, "You're right, my sword isn't a spirit weapon, but my sword contains a type of material that is able to ignore the origin energy of martial artists below the origin core stage." This was one of the special characteristics of violet meteorite. Ignore origin energy below the origin core stage. Duan Lingtian said it as if it was simple, but when it entered the ears of Xiao Yu and the other people that were present, it caused their scalps to go numb. Ignore origin energy below the origin core stage. In other words, if Duan Lingtian used this sword in an unexpected manner and made a preemptive strike against a 9th-level core formation martial artist, if that person was slightly unguarded, it would be possible for him to die under Duan Lingtian's sword. Then I'll change a sword. Duan Lingtian sheathed his sword and looked towards the weapons rack. It isn't necessary, I'll use a weapon. Xiao Yu shook his head and proceeded to draw a long spear from the weapons rack. He jerked the long spear as his origin energy suffused it. Come, Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian. Spirit serpent movement technique. Sword drawing arts. The violet meteorite flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was hard to get rid of as it followed like shadow, flashing straight towards Xiao Yu. Sleeve dimension. Xiao Yu's long spear trembled as he swept it towards Duan Lingtian's sword. As the sword wobbled, it perfectly contained the force exertion of the sleeve dimension. Ka! A clear sound was heard. It was the sound of Duan Lingtian's sword slicing Xiao Yu's long spear in half. Even if it was fine steel, Duan Lingtian's violet meteorite flexible sword would be able to slice through it, let alone the ordinary long spear in Xiao Yu's hands. Looks like I can't fight with you head-on. Xiao Yu's gaze concentrated as he flashed while holding the short spear. Shadowless drifting light. Executing his movement technique, Xiao Yu's speed was swift to the limit. Spirit serpent movement technique. Duan Lingtian noticed that even if he exerted his full strength, he actually wasn't able to come close to Xiao Yu's speed. High-grade profound rank movement technique at the perfection stage. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled as he understood. He didn't expect that this Xiao Yu had actually cultivated both his high-grade profound rank offensive martial skill and movement technique to the perfection stage. Even his high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill was cultivated to the mastery stage. Such comprehension ability could be called monstrous. Among the martial skills under the heaven, only speed is unbeatable. Duan Lingtian, be careful, I'm going to attack. Xiao Yu's voice was cold. Duan Lingtian was the only one today that could make him execute 3 types of martial skills, receiving the respect he deserved. Hearing what he said, Duan Lingtian's heart sunk. He felt the pressure and started becoming vigilant. Sleeve dimension, Xiao Yu flashed directly over like a bolt of lightning and appeared behind Duan Lingtian. He swung out the broken spear in his hand to descend towards Duan Lingtian's back. Just when he thought that Duan Lingtian would be blasted flying by his spear strike. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's body inclined flexibly like a spirit serpent, closely avoiding Xiao Yu's attack. You have some skill, Xiao Yu's eyes shone as his battle intent rose. Although Duan Lingtian dodged Xiao Yu's attack, it still caused cold sweat to pour out. If it wasn't for the nervous reflex he developed as a member of the special forces in his previous life, he would have been hit. It would have been extremely difficult for him to dodge Xiao Yu's attack by solely relying on his spirit serpent movement technique, which was at the mastery stage. Subsequently, Xiao Yu attacked a few more times. Every time was an unexpected attack. But he noticed instead that Duan Lingtian was always able to closely dodge his attacks, causing him to be slightly doubtful. Did this Duan Lingtian have an intuition that wasn't inferior to his? But he knew that after dodging his attacks with his nervous reflex so many times, Duan Lingtian's nerves were fatigued to the extreme. Sleeve dimension, Xiao Yu once again flashed behind Duan Lingtian with a speed that was far faster than Duan Lingtian's, his broken spear descending once again. Ah! This time, Duan Lingtian, whose nerves hurt, couldn't restrain himself from shouting in alarm. And at this exact moment, his feet stomped on the ground and his entire body flew out, flashing far away, and causing Xiao Yu's attack to hit air. That is, noting the white glow that suffused Duan Lingtian's legs, Xiao Yu was dumbstruck. Its origin energy. Oh my god, Duan Lingtian broke through. Duan Lingtian actually broke through during his battle with Xiao Yu and developed his origin energy, unbelievable. Most of the people present were dumbstruck. He broke through. Li Fei watched this scene and was struck dumb. I'm afraid Big Brother is going to lose. A bitter smile appeared on the corners of Xiao Lan's mouth. Xiao Yun's beautiful eyebrows knit as she said, this Duan Lingtian is absolutely a freak. Haha, Xiao Yu, eat this. Duan Lingtian laughed loudly as the origin energy beneath his feet flickered and 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out from above him. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's current speed was even slightly faster than Xiao Yu's. Developing his origin energy under pressure and breaking through to the core formation stage. Even to Duan Lingtian it was slightly unexpected. He originally thought that he still required a period of time before he could break through, but he didn't imagine that he would break through under such circumstances. In the end, he had to thank Xiao Yu. Duan Lingtian instantly arrived before Xiao Yu and slapped the flat side of his blade towards Xiao Yu. Sleeve dimension, Xiao Yu knew that Duan Lingtian's current speed was faster than his, so he could only choose to fight Duan Lingtian head-on. Luckily, Duan Lingtian didn't use the blade of his sword. So it couldn't be considered to be relying upon weapons. But even so, bang! The violet meteorite flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand slapped onto the broken spear in Xiao Yu's hand. The broken spear started to tremble. Xiao Yu noticed that the force of his sleeve dimension had been completely destroyed. Only when a sharp pain came from his palm did Xiao Yu realize that his palm had split open from the force of Duan Lingtian's sword strike. Fresh blood oozed out from it. I've lost, Xiao Yu calmly said. If I didn't happen to break through to the core formation stage, then the one who lost would have been me. Duan Lingtian smiled. Luck is also a part of strength. Xiao Yu smiled. Duan Lingtian had exerted the strength of 4 ancient mammoths, so even if Duan Lingtian's movement technique was one stage lower than his, Duan Lingtian's speed still firmly exceeded his speed. The extra strength of an ancient mammoth completely defeated the difference in a single stage of their high-grade profound rank martial skills. Developing origin energy during battle and breaking through to the core formation stage, even this is possible. Many people were dumbstruck. Even now, they still couldn't react to the scene they witnessed earlier. Seeing Duan Lingtian being suppressed by Xiao Yu, they all thought that Duan Lingtian wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. But who would have thought that Duan Lingtian would develop his origin energy at that critical juncture? Controlling the strength of 4 ancient mammoths, he launched a counterattack and suppressed Xiao Yu. Obtaining the final victory. Great, only after reacting did they start cheering. Duan Lingtian, this year's first rank in the Hidden Dragon list is something you fully deserve. As for the prizes, our Xiao clan will personally send them to you later on. Xiao Yu nodded to Duan Lingtian. Losing to Duan Lingtian's strength of 4 ancient mammoths, he acknowledged his defeat. But in his heart, a towering battle intent still arose. Once he breaks through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage, he will surely invite Duan Lingtian to battle. Thanks. Duan Lingtian smiled as he nodded. Suddenly, Xiao Yu asked, "Right, I have a question, I wonder if you're able to answer it for me. You want to ask me why I can possess the strength of 3 ancient mammoths when only at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, right?" Duan Lingtian smiled. Xiao Yu nodded. He was slightly surprised in his heart at Duan Lingtian wisdom. When I went to the misty forest the other day, I found a type of spirit fruit. After consuming it, I noticed that my fleshly body underwent a metamorphosis and had an extra strength of 2 ancient mammoths out of thin air. Duan Lingtian explained. He naturally didn't disclose anything about the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique and casually found an excuse. Moreover, in the Cloud Continent, there indeed was a similar spirit fruit. So that's how it is. Your luck is really good, but being able to break through to the core formation stage at the age of 16, the natural talent you've revealed right now, even in the entire Aurora City's past 100 years, you're still the first. Xiao Yu glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Being able to break through today was all thanks to you. Duan Lingtian smiled. If he wasn't under the pressure that Xiao Yu gave him, it would have been impossible for him to directly complete his breakthrough. In other words, you owe me a favor. Xiao Yu grabbed onto the opportunity. You can say so. Duan Lingtian didn't deny it. Then tonight I'll entertain you and Li Fei. You won't decline, right? Xiao Yu asked. That would depend on her. Duan Lingtian looked towards Li Fei. Li Fei was just walking over when she heard Duan Lingtian. Her angel-like face blushed and her heart slightly trembled. Recalling the bet she made with Duan Lingtian earlier, she wished she could dig a hole and hide in it. Then we'll have something before returning. Li Fei nodded. Subsequently, Xiao Yu invited the 2 brothers Lin Zhou and Lin Qi, as well as Meng Quan. Besides Meng Quan, who was in a hurry to return, Lin Zhou and Lin Qi stayed behind. The other people, on the other hand, returned home. They weren't qualified to receive an invitation from Xiao Yu. Today's youth gathering came to an end. This year's Hidden Dragon list ranking was released. First, Duan Lingtian. Second, Xiao Yu. Third, Lin Zhou. Fourth, Meng Quan. Fifth, Li Qing. Sixth, Lian. Seventh and eighth were tied by Li Fei and Xiao Lan. Ninth and 10th were tied by Xiao Yun and Lin Qi. That night, Xiao Yu held a banquet in a large courtyard. Besides Duan Lingtian, Li Fei, Lin Zhou, and Lin Qi, there was only Xiao Yu, Xiao Lan, and Xiao Yun. During the banquet, Xiao Yu asked Lin Zhou, your strength isn't inferior to Meng Quan's. Why don't you try participating in the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test? Hearing what he said, Lin Zhou smiled bitterly. Xiao Yu, I want to go, but my father wouldn't let me. Even you know that it doesn't matter if I don't pass the Genius Camp test, but if I do pass the test and enter the Genius Camp, then I will only have a slim chance of surviving. I'm not afraid, but my father isn't willing to let me take the risk. In a person's lifetime, there will naturally not be a lack of hardships and dangers. I, however, feel that this is an opportunity for me. Xiao Yu's gaze flickered full of yearning. Lin Zhou had a strange gaze as he asked, your grandfather was actually willing to let you go. On this point, he was much more open-minded than your father, but even if he didn't allow it, I would still go. Aurora City isn't the stage one yearned for. If I continue to stay in Aurora City, I will only follow in my grandfather's footsteps, and the nascent soul stage will be my final achievement before waiting for death to take me. Maybe it was because he has experienced this that he didn't stop me. Xiao Yu laughed. Chapter 0075. With your natural talent, as long as no accidents happen, entering the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp shouldn't be a problem. Lin Zhou looked at Xiao Yu as he smiled. Entering isn't difficult, but it isn't easy to continue surviving in there. In the past 30 years, at least around 100 genius disciples of our Aurora City's 3 great clans have passed the test and entered the Genius Camp, but in the end not even one came out alive. Xiao Yu's eyes flickered. You've all been speaking about some Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp for so long. What is it all about? Duan Lingtian asked out the question that had been bothering him. You don't know about the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp? Lin Qin looked at Duan Lingtian as if looking at an alien. Is it that strange? Duan Lingtian was dazed. After a moment, after hearing the explanation from Lin Zhou, Duan Lingtian finally knew what sort of place the Iron Blood Army's genius camp was. The Iron Blood Army was a formidable army under the command of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, garrisoned in Iron Blood City at the border. The officers of the Iron Blood Army are allegedly able to win 1 against 10 fights with unstoppable might. Whereas the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, on the other hand, was a standalone army camp that gathered young geniuses and was directly under the control of the Imperial family. In the Imperial City of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there was a Paladin Academy. As long as a student graduates from the academy, practically all of them are conferred with some sort of official appointment, respectively conferred an area of land, and end up becoming a noble. At that time, they would need to say the word, and it would be enough to completely annihilate factions such as the 3 great clans of Aurora City. In the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were numerous small cities similar to Aurora City. And factions similar to the 3 great clans were even more numerous. Paladin Academy's entry threshold was extremely high. Besides disciples of the royal family and the outstanding disciples of the few eminent families being able to directly enter the academy, if an ordinary person wanted to enter the academy, then they would have to go through a brutal test just to obtain the qualifications to enter the academy. The Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp was precisely one of these numerous brutal tests. The Genius Camp was a special training camp that lasted a year. Only those who survive through the special training have the qualification to become one of the students at Paladin Academy. In the past 30 years, there have been nearly 100 disciples of Aurora City's 3 great clans that passed the test and entered the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. However, these people all died without exception in the course of the Genius Camp's special training. Hence, one can see the brutality of the Genius Camp. Allegedly, only 10% of the young geniuses gathered by the Genius Camp are able to survive the year. Since the beginning, there has been a saying, 9 die, 1 lives, Genius Camp. A youth genius without a certain level of strength, confidence, and courage would fundamentally not dare to enter the Genius Camp. Once you've entered the Genius Camp, you will be confronted with only 2 paths. The first, die. The second, achieve greatness. Imperial City, Paladin Academy. Duan Lingtian started pondering. The Duan clan was at the Imperial City. According to what his mother said, the Duan clan should be one of the eminent families in the Imperial City. The Duan clan, the day he went there would eventually come. He only had one reason: to take Duan Lingxing's life. That day, Duan Lingxing injured K'er and heavily injured Li Zan, already completely enraging him. Maybe this is an opportunity. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. Maybe because of his experience having a military career in his previous life, it caused Duan Lingtian to have a sense of intimacy towards the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian as he asked, "So how about it, Duan Lingtian? Are you interested?" Yuan Mengquan said earlier that the Genius Camp's test was in half a year's time. Duan Lingtian asked. "Yes, but if you want to go, then you must leave 1 month in advance, because from our Aurora City to Iron Blood City, even if you travel at top speed, you will still need to spend close to a month," Xiao Yu slowly said. "If you want to go, you can go with me and Mengquan," Xiao Yu continued. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded, but he didn't say if he would go or not. "No rush, there's still another 5 months to go." Xiao Yu shook his head and smiled. The group of youths and young girls enjoyed themselves and the banquet soon approached its end. "Right, Duan Lingtian, you cut off Li Qing's finger today. Even if it can be connected back in time, at least half of his dark nether finger will probably be crippled. Li Qing is brainless and thus there's nothing to fear from him. But his grandfather, the Li clan's grand elder, is a prominent figure, so you must be careful." As Xiao Yu and his sister personally sent Duan Lingtian's group out of the Xiao clan estate, Xiao Yu had a serious expression as he warned Duan Lingtian. "Thanks for the warning." Duan Lingtian nodded. Looking at Duan Lingtian's group leaving from afar, Xiao Yu turned around to look at his sister, Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan's clear and beautiful eyes emitted a strange luster. "Lan, interested?" Xiao Yu had a faint smile on his face. "Big brother, what are you talking about?" Xiao Lan's cheeks were bright red, then she turned around and left in embarrassment. Xiao Yu laughed loudly. Every young girl thought of love, so he didn't mind. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was indeed outstanding. It was no wonder that his sister, who had extremely high expectations, would be interested. On the way back to Aurora City, Lin Zhou suggested, "Duan Lingtian, if you want to go to the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp, I suggest you go after a year or two. You are different from Xiao Yu and Meng Quan. If they don't go this time, then they'll forever not have the chance. But you are just 16, even if you don't go this time, you still have 2 more chances. The Iron Blood Army's genius camp only recruited youth geniuses below the age of 19. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded but neither indicated consent nor dissent. They quickly arrived at Aurora City. Duan Lingtian, if you need any help in the future, you can look for us in the Lin clan. As long as it's within my ability, I will absolutely not decline. Before going their own ways, Lin Zhou lightly smiled to Duan Lingtian. Yeah, we are friends. You don't have to be courteous to us, Lin Qi said. Sure, Duan Lingtian smiled amicably to the 2 of them. He could be considered to be friends with Lin Zhou and Lin Qi. Their friendship was made from the exchange of blows. They appreciated their own kind. You've broken through to the core formation stage now. Can you treat my grandfather yet? On the way back to the Li clan estate, Li Fei gazed at Duan Lingtian. Yes, my dear wifey. Duan Lingtian answered in all seriousness. What's a wifey? Li Fei was dazed. It means wife. It's the way we say it in the small towns at the countryside. Only now did Duan Lingtian realize he misspoke. In this world, there was no such thing as wifey. Pei, who's your wife? Li Fei blushed. My good wife, have you forgotten about our agreement? Duan Lingtian extended his hand and wrapped his arm around Li Fei's slender figure. A soft and supple feeling entered his hand. Li Fei's delicate figure trembled and was slightly stiff, but she didn't resist as she lightly said, hurry up and let go, there are people ahead. Duan Lingtian laughed loudly and stopped teasing her. Okay, tomorrow morning I'll come to your house to see you and grandfather. I'm quite tired today, so I need to return and take a good night's sleep. After returning to the Li clan estate and sending Li Fei back home, only then did Duan Lingtian return home. At the moment he entered the courtyard, he noticed the young girl sitting in front of a table with an exhausted appearance. She was dozing off. The table was filled with food. Duan Lingtian felt an ache in his heart. He could guess that had most certainly waited for him the entire night. Young master. Heard some sounds and rubbed her eyes in a daze, then she abruptly stood up in shock and brought Duan Lingtian to the table. Madam said you surely had eaten outside, but I still made some food. Young master, have you eaten? Silly girl, I haven't eaten, and I'm indeed hungry right now. Come, eat with me. Duan Lingtian sat down, and accompanied by the young girl, he cleaned all the food on the table. Even though at the end he was overly full, there was only warmth which flowed through Duan Lingtian's heart. No matter what, this was K'er's feelings. He wasn't willing to disappoint her. Seeing Duan Lingtian finishing all the food, K'er had a satisfied expression on her face. After clearing up the tableware, she notified Duan Lingtian and was prepared to return to her room and sleep. K'er, sleep in my room tonight. I want to cuddle with you. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as he looked at the young girl. The young girl was panic-stricken and her cheeks blushed, but she still lightly nodded. Lying on the bed, smelling the pure and fresh virgin's fragrance off the young girl, Duan Lingtian's lower regions were hot and reacted. But he didn't take it a step further, only embracing the young girl with one hand holding the budding flower on her chest, laying there contently. Young master. The young girl's delicate body slightly trembled. She could feel a burning hard object pushing up against her from behind. K'er, go to sleep. Embracing the young girl, smelling the young girl's fragrant hair, Duan Lingtian fell soundly asleep. He wasn't Lu Xiaowei one but a man that was full of vigor and vitality. However, the young girl was still young after all, so he was reluctant to take her at this moment. If the young girl in his embrace was Li Fei, he would disregard everything and pounce on her, to claim her and vent out to his heart's content. Hearing the sound of Duan Lingtian's steady breathing, the young girl let out a breath of air as she relaxed. Her face emitted a smile of happiness. The next day, close to noon, Duan Lingtian awoke. Not good. Only now did Duan Lingtian recall the agreement he made with Li Fei. Young master. At this moment, the young girl in his embrace was roused from her sleep because of him. K'er, if you're still sleepy, then sleep for a while longer. Duan Lingtian gave the young girl a hug and kissed her on the forehead before getting off the bed and putting on some clothes. The young girl followed him off the bed and put on her clothes before leaving the room together with Duan Lingtian. Who knew that the moment they opened the room door, they saw the hot-bodied young girl standing in the courtyard who just happened to look over. You too." Seeing the scene in front of her, Li Fei was so angry that she was at a loss for words. "Big sister Fei Fei." Ke greeted Li Fei before running back to her own room in embarrassment. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had a natural expression as he looked at Li Fei. "Little Fei, let's go. I was really too tired yesterday and accidentally overslept." Accidentally. Li Fei's eyes seemed to be on the verge of emitting fire, but when she thought of how she needed Duan Lingtian to treat her grandfather, she endured it. Walking out of the courtyard with Li Fei, Duan Lingtian could still feel the smell of gunpowder that surrounded him. He shook his head and smiled. She really was overly jealous. You too, last night." Eventually, Li Fei couldn't hold back. "You want to ask me what we did last night, right?" Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as if he could see through Li Fei's thoughts. Li Fei didn't say anything, but her expression said it all. "Hey, when can my Ke grow up to become like you? If it were you, I wouldn't have had to suppress the fire in me and sleep through the night." Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh as he sized up Li Fei's hot figure in an unrestrained manner. "Little Fei, why don't you sleep with me tonight? Pei, ask your Ke to sleep with you." Li Fei made a spitting sound, but her expression eased up slightly. Google this name if you want to find out about it. Chapter 0076. He followed Li Fei to her house. After a month's time, Duan Lingtian once again met the old man. "I really didn't expect you would complete your breakthrough so quickly." Although he had heard from Li Fei about how Duan Lingtian broke through yesterday, when he saw Duan Lingtian, he still couldn't help himself from being surprised. A 16-year-old at the first level of the core formation stage. Such natural talent. Even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, he was still an existence that was like phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. If he knew that there was another 16-year-old core formation martial artist in Duan Lingtian's home, God knows how he would feel then. "Grandfather, I can refine the medicinal pill for you and uproot your hidden injuries today, but I need a cauldron. As a weapons craftsman, you should have one, right?" Duan Lingtian blinked his eyes as a trace of cunning flashed within. "Kid, you're actually having ideas about my things. I do indeed have a cauldron, and it's even a grade 8 spirit weapon. Are you really capable of refining medicinal pills?" The old man's eye emitted a sense of doubt. Duan Lingtian continued with no nonsense. He directly lifted his hand, with his palm facing upwards, circulating his origin energy. In the next moment, as if he was possessed by the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Lingtian skillfully transformed his origin energy into a milky white flame. It was precisely a grade 9 pill fire. The grade of an alchemist was judged based on the grade of the pill fire. This is a grade 9 pill fire. You really are a little freak that nobody can see through." The old man gave Duan Lingtian a deep glance. "If you can really refine a medicinal pill, then can uproot my hidden injuries. I might as well gift that cauldron to you." "Grandfather, isn't that cauldron something that your teacher left behind for you?" Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows frowned. She knew the meaning of that cauldron to her grandfather. "Grandfather, since that cauldron has a special meaning to you, then it's fine. I'll just casually refine a cauldron myself to play with." Duan Lingtian smiled at the old man, unwilling to take away his prized possession. "Forget about that. That cauldron is my master's peak creation. Leaving it in my hands will only be wasting such a valuable item. It would be better off giving off its splendor in your hands, but kid, you said that you would casually refine a cauldron to play with. Don't tell me you can condense a weapon flame as well." The old man had a strange expression. Hiss. The pill fire on Duan Lingtian's palm distorted and become more destructive. Instantly, the air in the seemed to become hotter. Grade 9 weapon flame. As a weapons craftsman, the old man naturally was able to differentiate between the pill fire and weapon flame. The pill fire was more restrained. The weapon flame was more destructive and unrestrained. You. The old man's breathing became hurried, slightly unable to catch his breath. Condensing pill fire or weapon flame out of origin energy was something that even someone with a high natural talent would require years of painstaking cultivation to achieve. But the violet-clothed youth in front of him completely overturned what he knew about alchemists and weapons craftsmen. Years ago, he spent a whole 5 years before he was able to successfully condense his weapon flame. But even then, his teacher said that he had outstanding natural talent. "Grandfather, don't get agitated." Duan Lingtian withdrew his weapon flame and smiled. Li Fei had long since been struck dumb. Although she wasn't an alchemist or weapons craftsman, as she followed by her grandfather's side since a young age, she was imbued with the knowledge she saw and heard. She knew how difficult it was to become a graded alchemist or weapons craftsman. But now, what happened before her very eyes utterly overturned everything her grandfather had once said. I have really wasted my life all these years. The old man finally caught his breath and had a bitter smile. Duan Lingtian quickly diverted the topic. Grandfather, the medicinal pill I want to refine for you includes some medicinal materials that are fairly rare, so ordinary medicine stores wouldn't sell them. Is there an alchemist guild in Aurora City? As he spoke, his gaze descended upon the other crest beside the Li clan's crest on the old man's chest. He recognized it. That was the Grade 9 Weapons Craftsman crest of the Weapons Craftsman Guild. Relying on this crest, no matter where one goes in the entire Cloud Continent, they would still be able to receive treatment that was extremely good. He still remembered that the Fresh Breeze Town's branch family's grand elder, Li Huo, had the Alchemist Guild's crest on his chest at all times to indicate his status as a Grade 9 alchemist. You want to buy medicinal materials from the Alchemist Guild? The old man frowned slightly. According to what I know, the medicinal materials in the Alchemist Guild can't be exchanged for money and must be exchanged for with the Alchemist Guild's points. I know of this. Duan Lingtian nodded. What a joke. Years ago, Rebirth Martial Emperor was the only royal grade alchemist in the entire Cloud Continent. And he even was the honorary guild master of the Alchemist Guild's headquarters. He was extremely clear about the workings of the Alchemist Guild. If one wanted to obtain the Alchemist Guild's points, then one must provide a contribution to the Alchemist Guild, such as completing the assignments posted by the Alchemist Guild. Contributing some sort of rare medicinal material would also result in generous points. The old man gave Duan Lingtian an address. Duan Lingtian left the Li clan estate. Li Fei curiously followed along. This run-down place is the Alchemist Guild. After arriving at the end of a small alley and looking at the condemned building that looked like it would fall at any moment, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. But in the next moment, what Li Fei said caused Duan Lingtian to be completely speechless. Not bad, it's slightly better than the Weapons Craftsman Guild. Li Fei looked at the condemned building and judged. Duan Lingtian could only imagine how Aurora City's Weapons Craftsman Guild would undoubtedly be in an even more terrible state. When he walked in the Alchemist Guild, it was completely different to what he expected. Although the hall was old and worn out, it was very simple and clean. When they entered, besides the young girl behind the counter, there wasn't anybody else. The two of them walked to the counter. Customers, may I ask if you want to post an assignment or collect the medicinal pills that you entrusted to our Alchemist Guild to refine? The young girl had an ordinary appearance but was very animated. She had a pair of big eyes that were brimming with vigor. Ordinary people were able to post assignments in the Alchemist Guild by means of monetary payments and entrust the Alchemist Guild to refine the medicinal pill required. These assignments would be put up by the Alchemist Guild and offered to the alchemists of the Alchemist Guild to take on. The rewards of these assignments would be then converted to the Alchemist Guild points. These points were useless to ordinary people, but to an alchemist, they were extremely valuable. Sometimes, some alchemists would even spend large sums of money to post assignments which they would then complete themselves as a way to earn points. This was equivalent to using money in exchange for points. In the Alchemists Guild, according to the rules, money was restricted from being directly converted into points. But the proverbs were indeed correct. While the priest climbs a post, the devil climbs 10. I've come to register as a Grade 9 alchemist. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he proclaimed the reason of his arrival. Register as a Grade 9 alchemist. The young girl was stunned. She thought that she had heard wrong. This youth that looked even younger than her wanted to register as a Grade 9 alchemist. Let alone that fact that a Grade 9 alchemist must be a core formation stage martial artist, even if this youth's natural talent in the martial Tao and alchemy was any better, it would still at least require spending a few years of bitter cultivation to condense the origin energy into pill fire after breaking through to the core formation stage. This was the iron law of the Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian frowned as he asked, "What, you're not in charge?" Customer, wait a moment. I'll go get the guild master. Although the young girl felt it to be inconceivable, he was a customer after all, and she wasn't able to differentiate the truth of the matter, so she could only get Aurora City's Alchemist Guild's guild master. The young girl returned with an old man after a short moment. The old man won brimming with energy and vigor and his eyes shone with a shrewd light. Who wants to register as a Grade 9 alchemist? The old man's gaze descended upon Duan Lingtian and Li Fei and his brows slightly furrowed. Me. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man. The old man frowned as he shouted in a low voice, "You! Where did this little kid come from? Hurry up and go home, this isn't the place to joke around." "Geezer, how could you not have any manners?" Li Fei couldn't stand by and watch anymore. "Humph, what manners does a little girl like you know about? The two of you coming here to joke around, this is called manners." For a moment there I even thought that Aurora City had a new alchemist, but I never imagined that it would turn out to be two kids who came to make a ruckus. As he finished speaking, the old man was slightly ashamed and irritated. "Geezer, nothing is absolute. Don't always look at the surface of things." Duan Lingtian swept the old man with his indifferent gaze. As he finished speaking, he turned his palm upwards and a milky white pill fire jumped about on it. The old man and young girl were both dumbstruck. A grade 9 pill fire, it wasn't something they hadn't seen before. But it appearing in a 16-year-old youth's hand was something they saw for the first time. "Kid, do you have a master?" The old man's eyes shone. His attitude took a 360-degree turn as he looked at Duan Lingtian as if looking at a treasure. "What nonsense! If I didn't have a master, would I be able to become a grade 9 alchemist at such an age?" Duan Lingtian gave the old man a disdainful glance. He naturally was aware of the old man getting ideas of wanting to take him as a disciple. But as far as he was concerned, a mere grade 8 alchemist didn't have the qualifications to be his teacher at all. The old man's expression froze for a moment and briefly had embarrassment on it. The old man quickly helped Duan Lingtian register and passed a grade 9 alchemist crest and a crystal card to Duan Lingtian. The crystal card was the Alchemist Guild's exclusive point card. Duan Lingtian could see that the remaining points inside were 0 when he circulated his origin energy into the crystal card. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian and could not regain his senses for an extremely long time. A 16-year-old grade 9 alchemist. He suddenly felt that for all these years, the hidden bitterness he had accumulated for being sent to this desolate place had suddenly slightly dissipated. "Right, geezer, I need some materials," Duan Lingtian said. "Kid, I'm not some geezer, I'm Aurora City's Alchemist Guild's guild master, Sumo. As for the materials you need, sure, as long as you can complete an assignment or contribute a medicinal formula, you can exchange them for some points and buy what you want with those points." Sumo glared at Duan Lingtian. "HMPH. Then I'll post some assignments now." Duan Lingtian withdrew a stack of silver bills. "Kid, I have to warn you. When it comes to the assignments that are posted by customers in the Alchemist Guild, I as the Alchemist Guild's guild master have the authority to take priority when accepting these assignments, so if you want to exchange for points with money, you better forget it." The corners of Sumo's mouth curled into a ridiculing smile as if he had Duan Lingtian in the palm of his hand. "Geezer, you're really shameless." Hearing what Sumo said, Li Fei couldn't take it anymore and said this on Duan Lingtian's behalf. Chapter 0077. "Little girl, this isn't called shameless. I'm just abiding by the rules of the Alchemist Guild." The corners of Sumo's curled into a complacent simile. "You." Li Fei was flustered. "Little Fei, you don't have to get angry with an old man, the old man's heart isn't well. If you accidentally anger him until he faints, we will have to compensate a lot of money." Duan Lingtian extended his hand and held onto Li Fei's jade-like hand. He rubbed her palm to make her feel at ease. Li Fei took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression. Duan Lingtian looked at Sumo, whose expression froze for a moment. The corners of his mouth had a slight smile. "Wanting to steal his business? Help me register. I want to post an assignment." Duan Lingtian looked at the young girl beside Sumo. The young girl was slightly hesitant and looked to the old man. "He's currently a customer of our Alchemist Guild. Pass the assignment over to me once you've registered it." Sumo nodded to the young girl. But in a short moment, when he heard the assignment Duan Lingtian posted, the smile on his face completely froze. 10,000 silver, refine 3 phosphorus flame pills. Phosphorus flame pill? What medicinal pill was that? He had never heard of such a medicinal pill. Geezer, according to the Alchemist Guild's rules, if an alchemist can refine the medicinal pill required by an assignment, he can get an advance on the points required to buy the medicinal materials. They can then deduct the points from the assignment's reward once it is completed. I'm not wrong, am I? Duan Lingtian gave Sumo a deep glance. Sumo felt slightly depressed. There indeed was such a rule. Sumo unwillingly took out the medicinal materials Duan Lingtian required, also arranging a quiet room for Duan Lingtian. Geezer, you won't mind lending your cauldron to me for a while, right? Duan Lingtian blinked his eyes, causing the corners of Sumo's mouth to twitch. Lending is not a problem, but I have to ask for 10 points from you. Sumo took a deep breath. This kid, as an alchemist, he actually had to borrow a cauldron from another. Really unprofessional. 10 points. Duan Lingtian frowned. This 10,000 silver assignment seems to be only worth 100 points, right? And the materials you gave me, how many points do they require? Not much, 30 points. When Sumo noticed the frown on Duan Lingtian's face, his tense face finally had a slight smile on it. You're really shady, but you better not regret it. Duan Lingtian received the cauldron from Sumo and gave Sumo a deep glance. Only then did he take Li Fei and enter the silent room and close the door behind him. Regret? What do I have to regret? Sumo paid no attention to it. In the quiet room, Duan Lingtian shook the cauldron in his hand and nodded. That geezer is crafty, but his cauldron is indeed not bad and can be considered top quality among grade 8 spirit weapons. Alchemists had many requirements of their cauldrons when they refined medicinal pills. For example, a grade 9 alchemist required the use of a grade 9 spirit weapon or above cauldron to guarantee the cauldron wouldn't be melted by the pill fire. A grade 8 alchemist would require a grade 8 spirit weapon or above cauldron. So on and so forth. The higher the alchemist's grade, the higher their requirement towards their cauldron. You said you wanted to make that geezer be regretful. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian curiously. You'll know soon enough. Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously. After putting the cauldron on the stone platform in the quiet room, Duan Lingtian's palm burned with a milky white pill fire, then he opened the cauldron cover and placed the pill fire within. At the same time, Duan Lingtian started putting the materials in one by one. Refining medicinal pills was particular about the order in which medicinal materials were added in, as well as the amount. A small discrepancy could lead to a great error. After that was the control of the pill fire. When Duan Lingtian finished putting all of the materials into the cauldron, he covered the cauldron. His origin energy jumped about in his palms and condensed into pill fire. He then put his hands on the 2 air vents of the cauldron and sent the pill fire in, starting to refine the medicinal pill with a pill fire of high strength. The string of moments were completed like flowing water, as if it was a performance by an alchemist with abundant experience. Li Fei, who was standing at the side, was completely stupefied as she watched. Is he really only 16? Li Fei's heart shook. Everything this youth in front of her was completely not something a 16-year-old youth should be capable of. She felt the youth to be even more mysterious. She had an unfathomable feeling. 1 hour later, Duan Lingtian's hands jerked as his pill fire increased explosively, rushing into the cauldron. Pill harvest. Instantly, 3 medicinal pills that flickered with a crimson brilliance flew out from the opening in the side of the cauldron, falling into Duan Lingtian's hand. My first time refining medicinal pills seems to be not bad, the purity is over 90%. Looking at the medicinal pills, Duan Lingtian laughed in satisfaction. Even if they were refining the same medicinal pill, every alchemist's completed product would have a difference. A difference in purity. The lesser the impurities within the medicinal pill, the better the medicinal effect of the medicinal pill would be. If it was a phosphorus flame pill refined by an ordinary grade 9 alchemist, the purity would not exceed 60%. For example, Fresh Breeze Town's Lee Branch family's grand elder, the Thunder Flame pill he refined only had a purity of a little over 50%, so the medicinal effect was reduced significantly. The Phosphorus Flame pill was precisely the medicinal pill he refined for Li Fei's grandfather. Based on Li Fei's grandfather's current circumstances, only a Phosphorus Flame pill with a purity of over 80% would be able to completely uproot his hidden injuries. Therefore, Duan Lingtian could only refine a high-purity medicinal pill by himself. Purity of above 90%. Any alchemist would be aware of how rare this level of purity was. Therefore, when Duan Lingtian took the Phosphorus Flame pill to collect the assignment's points, Sumo's expression was abnormally marvelous. Picking up the Phosphorus Flame pill, Sumo's gaze trembled. Although he had never heard of the Phosphorus Flame pill, nor did he know its use, at this moment he could use the perception of a grade 8 alchemist to notice how extraordinary this medicinal pill was. Based on his rough estimate, this Phosphorus Flame pill had a purity of at least 90%. What sort of concept was this? As an alchemist, he naturally understood. Even a grade 1 alchemist of Cloud Continent would not necessarily be able to increase the purity to such a level when refining a grade 9 medicinal pill. After all, on a similar medicinal pill, a purity of 60% and 90% was absolutely like the difference between heaven and earth. The medicinal effect was completely not on the same level. Kid, how did you do it? Sumo looked at Duan Lingtian in a slightly agitated manner. I casually refined it and it just happened, how about it? It's not bad, right? This is the first time I'm refining a medicinal pill since breaking through to the core formation stage yesterday. Duan Lingtian glanced at Sumo before grinning, revealing a set of white teeth. Broke through to the core formation stage yesterday. First time refining a medicinal pill. Hearing this, the corners of Sumo's mouth twitched. Don't joke around. Sumo frowned. I'm not kidding. Duan Lingtian spread out his hands with an innocent expression. I can bear witness. Noticing how Sumo looked right now, Li Fei's mood was exceptional and her beautiful face had a trace of a smile. Yesterday, in the youth gathering hosted in the Shao clan estate, numerous youth geniuses of Aurora City saw him break through with their own 2 eyes. Also, on this year's new Hidden Dragon list, he's ranked at the top. Ranked first in the Hidden Dragon list. Sumo's pupils constricted. He has been in Aurora City for a few years, so he had naturally heard of how the Aurora City young geniuses had a ranking called Hidden Dragon list. The young geniuses who could be ranked on the Hidden Dragon list were all extremely outstanding figures. I remember that the Shao clan's Shao Yu obtained the 2nd rank in the Hidden Dragon list last year when he was 17, this year, could it be that he still lost to this kid? Sumo glanced at Li Fei before looking at Duan Lingtian with a shocked expression. Li Fei's beautiful eyes slightly moved as she slowly said, yes, this time Shao Yu is still the 2nd. Sumo exhaled out a breath of cold air. A 16-year-old core formation martial artist was more than enough to shock him. A 16-year-old grade 9 alchemist was even more shocking to him. But even all this wasn't the end. First it was the over 90% purity medicinal pill. Then it was the first in the Hidden Dragon list. This violet-clothed youth, what kind of freak was he? Even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, he had never once heard of such a freak. Duan Lingtian. Sumo deeply remembered in his heart the name which the youth revealed during his registration. It's done. The young girl behind the counter returned the crystal card to Duan Lingtian. Balance, 60 points. Let's go home. Duan Lingtian snatched the phosphorus flame pill back from Sumo's hands and called Li Fei. Seeing Duan Lingtian and Li Fei about to walk out the door, Sumo couldn't help but call out, wait. Is there something else? Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at him with a spurious smile. You said earlier that you hoped I wouldn't regret it. I want to know, what did you mean? Sumo inquired. If it was before, he would pay no attention to what Duan Lingtian had said. But once he experienced how miraculous Duan Lingtian was, he had to treat him seriously. Actually, it's not a big deal. I just noticed that you've been trying to break through to become a grade 7 alchemist, but you seem to have diverted off the right path. Originally, with your current foundation, you could perfectly break through to become a grade 7 alchemist. Such a pity. Duan Lingtian's eyebrows furrowed as he smiled. Sumo's face instantly turned black. Even this was considered to be not a big deal. At this moment, he even felt that Duan Lingtian had done it on purpose. Okay, geezer, I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving now. Duan Lingtian waved his hand and was about to leave. Wait. Sumo once again stopped Duan Lingtian. There's still something else. Duan Lingtian frowned and was slightly impatient. But if one looked it closely, it could be noticed that deep within his eyes was a hidden smiling expression. You have a way? Sumo asked. His breathing had become slightly hurried. Yes. Duan Lingtian gave a straightforward answer. What are your conditions? Sumo didn't mince his words as he asked with a pained expression. He knew that based on Duan Lingtian's earlier attitude, he probably would have to bleed for it. I won't be greedy, I only want half the points in your crystal card. Duan Lingtian grinned. Even that wasn't considered greedy. That was the points he had accumulated for half his lifetime. The corners of Sumo's mouth twitched and he secretly thought, little fox. I agree, but Sumo still decisively agreed upon his conditions and his gaze descended unto Duan Lingtian. But I want to examine the goods first before I give you the points. What, you're scared I'll cheat you? Then forget it, we don't owe each other anything. Duan Lingtian extended his hand and grabbed Li Fei's hand before walking away with quick steps. Whoosh! Instantly, Sumo blocked their passage. On top of being a grade 8 alchemist, Sumo was also a 9th level origin core martial artist. Chapter 0078. Even in the entire Aurora City, in the 3 great clans, only the few supreme elders were slightly more formidable than Sumo. However, with Sumo's status as a grade 8 alchemist coupled with the alchemist guild that backed him, even when the supreme elders of the 3 great clans saw him, they would still politely call him Guild Master Su. Hand over your crystal card. Sumo looked at Duan Lingtian and extended his hand. Although he felt helpless in his heart, he chose to compromise. What Duan Lingtian said earlier was something he had noticed long ago. However, he didn't possess the experience of a grade 7 alchemist and thus could only stubbornly continue on the path he was on and stumble along the way. Now that he had a chance to break through to become a grade 7 alchemist, he naturally wouldn't let it go easily. As far as he was concerned, as long as he broke through and became a grade 7 alchemist, he could apply to the Alchemist Guild and leave this damnable place. Aurora City, in the entirety of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, it was only a small city. In the past, were it not for him offending a person who had both power and authority, it would be unlikely that he would have been sent here. As long as he breaks through to become a grade 7 alchemist, that person will be helpless to do anything to him. A grade 7 alchemist and grade 8 alchemist, although a difference of only 1 grade, the difference was like heaven and earth. In the vast Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were an entire 1,000 plus grade 8 alchemists who had registered themselves in the Alchemist Guild. Whereas there were only just a few tens of grade 7 alchemists. A grade 7 alchemist had an honorable standing, even the imperial family of Crimson Sky Kingdom would extend an olive branch to them. Geezer, don't worry, you won't suffer any losses. Duan Lingtian held back his smile in the corners of his mouth as he handed over the crystal card. Quickly, the crystal card in Sumo's hand flicked and showed its balance. 10,000 points. Catching sight of this number, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be dumbfounded. After all, 10,000 silver was only worth 100 points. These 10,000 points, if exchanged into silver, that would be 1 million silver. 1 million silver, what kind of concept was that? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's crystal card had an extra 5,000 points, totaling to 5,060 points. Duan Lingtian received the crystal card with satisfaction as he smiled and said, Geezer, I originally only intended to ask for a third of your net worth, but who asked you to cheat 10 points off me when I only borrowed your cauldron? Likewise, I can't go easy on you. The corners of Sumo's mouth twitched. Didn't that mean that he had given up nearly 2,000 points for 10 points? Even his intestines turned green from regret. PFF'd. Li Fei laughed like a flower. She finally understood what Duan Lingtian meant when he said, you better not regret it. So it turned out that he had schemed this all along. Starting from noon tomorrow, come look for me at the Li clan, right, remember to eat before coming. I don't provide food. Duan Lingtian grabbed Li Fei's hand, walked around Sumo, and walked away. Sumo looked at their disappearing figures and his eyes narrowed. The Li clan, when did they have such a figure? On the way back. You're too ruthless, directly cheating him off half his points. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian as she smiled. But after seeing Sumo be thwarted, her heart was filled with pleasure. Who asked him to cheat me first, asking for 10 points just to casually use his lousy cauldron for a while, that's an entire 1,000 silver. Duan Lingtian had a pained expression as he spoke. Took 1,000 silver, but lost 500,000 silver, I wonder if he will sleep tonight. Li Fei giggled. Duan Lingtian was entranced. What are you looking at? Li Fei asked angrily. Little Fei, my wife, you're truly beautiful. Duan Lingtian said eagerly. Pei, who's your wife? Go look for your K.R. You're so overly jealous, but you still don't admit to being my wife. I'm not. Then I'll just have to turn around and pursue Xiaolan. Don't you dare. Amidst the frolicking, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei returned to the Li clan estate and subsequently Li Fei's home. You've finished refining so quickly. When the old man saw the 3 medicinal pills Duan Lingtian passed over to him, he was stupefied. I didn't spend much time because it's only a grade 9 medicinal pill. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Where did you get the cauldron from? Don't tell me that in just this amount of time, you refined a cauldron yourself. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a freak. Well, no, Duan Lingtian smiled embarrassedly. Grandfather, he used the cauldron of our Aurora City's Alchemist Guild's Guild Master Sumo, but that Sumo is really stingy, He actually asked Duan Lingtian for 1,000 silver just to use his cauldron for an hour. Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows slightly knit and her face was filled with dissatisfaction as she spoke. Is that so? Isn't it only 1,000 silver? Grandfather can still afford it. As the old man spoke, he looked at Duan Lingtian. Kid, how much did these 3 medicinal pills cost in total? I'll pay for them together. Grandfather, this is my gift to you, I don't dare to take your money. When the old man said those words, Duan Lingtian noticed Li Fei glaring at him in a threatening manner that said, if you dare take my grandfather's money, I won't forgive you. Haha, alright, in any case, this old man's money will be Fei's in the future anyway. The old man nodded and didn't insist. In his heart, he had already taken Duan Lingtian as his future son-in-law. Grandfather, what are you talking about? You'll definitely live a long life. As for this guy, he doesn't lack money, he just cheated Sumo off 500,000 silver. Li Fei scowled, selling out Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye. 500,000 silver. The old man was dumbstruck. Although he was a grade 9 weapons craftsman, even all the wealth he had accumulated during half his lifetime wasn't worth 500,000 silver. What happened? The old man was curious. Li Fei told the old man the sequence of events. Haha, in that case, Guild Master Su hurt himself by his own doing this time. The old man couldn't hold back his laughter. The old man's laughter vanished before long as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a serious expression. Kid, you can consider yourself lucky this time. This Guild Master Su is famous for his good temper. Next time, you can't use similar methods to dupe other powerhouses, otherwise, once he attains his goal and comes for your life, you will lose more than you gained. Don't worry, grandfather, I'm aware of what I should do. Duan Lingtian nodded with an air of being educated. However, in his heart, he was thinking of something else. What the old man said was something he had long ago thought of, and he even had a way to cope with it which would guarantee his safety. In a vast courtyard, an incredibly swift figure pointed out his finger as he flashed about, causing a piercing howl to explode out. Dark Nether Finger. The figure was precisely Li Qing. His right index finger had been completely connected and healed already, and he was in the process of testing the degree of recovery. Clang! Dark Nether Finger flashed out, hitting a stone pillar in the courtyard. Instantly, with the point of impact as the center, fissures split open in the stone pillar before exploding with a loud bang. Ah! Li Qing let out a shrill cry. As he gripped his right index finger, cold sweat flowed out. Qing, what's wrong? The person who was observing from the sidelines was a tall, elderly old man. He walked over with large strides and had a trace of worry between his brows. It was precisely Li Qing's grandfather, the Li clan's grand elder. Li Tai, grandfather, my dark nether finger is crippled. Li Qing's face was pale as he was unable to accept this fact. In order to cultivate dark nether finger, only he was clear of how much mental and physical effort he expended. Finger techniques, besides their formidable might, were also 10 times more difficult to cultivate than regular martial skills. If he could take the mental and physical effort he expended on Dark Nether Finger and use it on a different high-grade profound rank offense martial skill, he would have long ago cultivated it to the perfection stage. Qing, if you can't use your right index finger, then use your left index finger. Grandfather believes that you'll be able to recover your Dark Nether Finger's former might, Li Tai consoled. Li Qing had an ugly expression and said, in an unresigned manner, that would mean I need to start cultivating Dark Nether Finger all over again. Moreover, I'm not left-handed, so if I want to cultivate Dark Nether Finger to the mastery stage once more, it will be many times more difficult than before. It's all that Duan Lingtian's fault, it's all because of him. If it wasn't for him, how could this index finger of mine have been cut off? Grandfather, I want him dead, I want to kill him, I want to kill him. Li Qing suddenly went mad. He had a savage expression as he howled. Li Tai took a deep breath. His murky eyes flashed with a cold light. Duan Lingtian, Qing, don't worry, grandfather will get justice for you, he's only just a branch family disciple, and if you want him dead, then he can't live. Li Tai's voice emitted a trace of coldness. Thank you, grandfather, thank you, grandfather. Hearing what Li Tai said, Li Qing's mood finally eased up. On the other side, after Duan Lingtian finished telling the old man of the precautions before consuming the phosphorus flame pill, he left and headed home. He happened to bump into a person walking out of his own courtyard. Young Master Lingtian, The person smiled to Duan Lingtian before leaving. Duan Lingtian recognized him. This person was precisely the person who sent the hidden dragon invitation to him, a member of the Shao clan. Duan Lingtian guessed the reason he came. The Shao clan's operations are indeed quick. Duan Lingtian walked in and saw his mother sorting a pile of things. They were precisely the prizes for the first ranked in the hidden dragon list. Tian, you were ranked first in the hidden dragon list. Li Ru noticed Duan Lingtian had returned and gave him a spurious smile. Duan Lingtian smiled as he said, "Mom, you're unhappy." "Of course I'm happy. My Tian is really extraordinary." Li Ru lightly nodded. For a moment, she couldn't help but think of her long-lost husband. Her son had inherited her husband's natural talent in the martial Tao. "Little Black, where are you going?" Abruptly, K.'s voice sounded from inside her room. Whoosh! A black bolt of lightning flashed out and coiled itself around Duan Lingtian's wrist. It was precisely the little black python that had gone into a deep slumber for more than a month after consuming half the beast core of the snow python. Hiss hiss! The little black python flicked its tongue towards Duan Lingtian and was extremely happy. Duan Lingtian noticed that the little black python had changed. The gold markings on its body were much more profound. Its pupils had now transformed into golden pupils that seemed incomparably fierce. Moreover, the little black python's speed just now had obviously greatly surpassed its mother's, the black python. "Little Black, looks like you've undergone a metamorphosis." Duan Lingtian rubbed the little black python's small head as he lightly smiled. "Young master." Meanwhile, K.'r had come out too. When the little white python that was coiled on her wrist noticed Duan Lingtian, it was slightly joyous as well. The little white python was similar to the little black python. They both had undergone great changes. The silver markings on its body were much more profound as well. Its pupils had transformed into silver pupils. Chapter 0079. Duan Lingtian took notice of the changes in the two variant little pythons. They were the offspring of the snow python. After a while of probing, Duan Lingtian discovered that even if he fully exploded forth with the entire strength of his fleshly body and origin energy, relying on the strength of 4 ancient mammoths and executing spirit serpent movement technique, his speed was still far inferior to the two little pythons. Good heavens! Duan Lingtian was shocked ineffably. "Your speed is swift, but I wonder how your strength is." Duan Lingtian brought the two little pythons to a side of the courtyard. There was a whole row of stone pillars there, and they were provided to be used for his usual cultivation. Collapsing fist. Duan Lingtian took a few steps forward and punched out. A gust of wind swept by as his fist blasted a stone pillar in half. Hiss hiss. The pupils of the two little pythons shined as they transformed into two bolts of black and white lightning, flashing towards another stone pillar. Duan Lingtian noticed that in the sky, 20 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared out of thin air. An ordinary martial artist would need to cultivate to the 7th level of the core formation stage before being able to exert such a strength. Clang, clang, the two bolts of lightning immediately pierced straight through the stone pillar, leaving behind 2 small holes on the stone pillar. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. The small holes that the two little pythons pierced through were extremely smooth and did not leave a single crack on the stone pillar. It was imaginable how condensed the piercing attacks of the two little pythons were. They were completely condensed to a single point. This could be said to be perfect. The two of you are the real freaks. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the heads of the two little pythons. Those 2 small bulges had already started to blossom. On the little black python's bulge, a trace of a golden horn emerged. On the little white python's bulge, a trace of a silver horn emerged. Their respective strengths are comparable to a 7th level core formation martial artist. However, even a 7th level core formation martial artist might not be their match. After all, their bodies are small and they have swift speeds, so they hold a huge advantage. Duan Lingtian exhaled a breath of cold air. Luckily, these 2 variant little pythons weren't his enemies. If he had such enemies, just thinking about it caused Duan Lingtian's scalp to go numb. K.'r, who was watching from the side, had long since been struck dumb. "Little White, so it turned out to be that you're so formidable." K.'r had a light smile on her face as she rubbed the small head of the little white python. The little white python seemed to have noticed that K.'r was praising it, as it complacently lifted its small head up and playfully flicked its tongue. That night, Duan Lingtian passed down a top-tier cultivation method to his mother. This cultivation method was called Demonic Beauty Divine Technique. It was one of the top cultivation methods that the rebirth martial emperor had gathered during his first lifetime, and it was the cultivation method cultivated by the demonic beauty martial emperor of that time, thus it could be cultivated until the martial emperor stage. This cultivation method, after Li Ru grasped the demonic beauty divine technique, she realized how terrifying this cultivation method was. She felt slightly numbed. Her son truly had too many secrets. The frost god's sword technique that Kair cultivated seems to not be inferior to this demonic beauty divine technique. Mom, patiently comprehend it once more. I'll go buy medicinal materials tomorrow and refine a spirit containment pill for you. At that time, the spirit containment pill will absorb all of your origin energy and contain it within. Once you've completed your change of cultivation method to the demonic beauty divine technique, you can release the origin energy that was contained within the spirit containment pill, allowing you to recover your full strength or even become stronger in half a month's time. Good, good. Li Ru looked at Duan Lingtian dotingly as she nodded continuously. In the morning the next day, Duan Lingtian took Kair along as he left the Li clan estate and arrived at the trade market. First, he collected his account balance from the medicine store manager and once again concocted 2 crocks of 6 treasures body tempering liquid. Only after finishing did Duan Lingtian proclaim the reason he came. The medicinal materials for the spirit containment pill were all quite ordinary. After a short moment, the medicine store manager finished preparing them for Duan Lingtian. Manager, how much are all these medicinal materials? Duan Lingtian asked. Customer, the total for all these medicinal materials are only just a few hundred silver. You don't have to pay for them. The medicine store manager's face was filled with smiles. Since Duan Lingtian started to consign his 6 treasures body tempering liquid for sale at this medicine store, his medicine store could be considered to be raking in money. God knows how many medicine stores were filled with envy and jealousy. Then I'll help myself. Duan Lingtian nodded. After giving the manager a deep glance, he left with Kair. Originally, Duan Lingtian thought that the manager would meet with some trouble from the 6 treasures body tempering liquid's huge sale. After all, there were surely many people who coveted it. But up until now, the manager didn't face a sliver of trouble, meaning that he obviously wasn't as simple as he seemed to be on the surface. But this didn't have anything much to do with Duan Lingtian. After he and Kair arrived home, he entered his room and prepared to refine the spirit containment pill. Whoosh! With but a thought, he withdrew a cauldron from his spatial ring. The cauldron had an exquisite look. It had 9 extremely lifelike 5-clawed divine dragons carved on all sides. It was precisely the cauldron that Li Fei's grandfather gave him. Originally, he wasn't willing to take away the old man's prized possession. But the old man persisted, so in the end, even Li Fei persuaded him to take it. Looks like grandfather's teacher from all those years ago was remarkable. This cauldron already has a trace of a grade 7 spirit weapon's aura. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted and briefly flashed with a slight surprise. The material of this cauldron, FK. It can't be 1,000-year dark iron. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian's hands trembled and he spouted out vulgarities in pleasant surprise. The 1,000-year dark iron is a type of extremely valuable weapon crafting material. Its limit is being able to withstand a grade 6 weapon flame. In other words, the 1,000-year dark iron was sufficient to refine a grade 6 spirit weapon. The entire body is made of 1,000-year dark iron. Extravagant, too extravagant. With this cauldron as a foundation, in the future, even when I become a grade 6 alchemist, I won't need to change to another cauldron because I can directly refine this one into a grade 6 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with a brilliant light. After merging with the memories of rebirth martial emperor, he was now not only an alchemist with abundant experience, he was also a weapons craftsman with abundant experience. Before long, Duan Lingtian started refining the medicinal pill. When compared to the phosphorus flame pill, the refining process of the spirit containment pill was much simpler. After spending half an hour, Duan Lingtian completed the spirit containment pill refinement and had refined a total of 2 pills. One of the pills was for his mother to consume. The other, he planned to keep it for Li Fei. After passing the spirit containment pill to his mother and informing her of the method to consume the pill and its necessary precautions, Duan Lingtian returned to his room. He started cultivating 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, Raging Python form. At present, Duan Lingtian had already developed his origin energy and became a martial artist at the first level of the core formation stage. If he was cultivating an ordinary cultivation method, the next step would be to charge towards the second level of the core formation stage. However, due to the uniqueness of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, what he needed to do now was use his origin energy to further temper his fleshly body and increase the limits of his fleshly body, thus allowing the strength of his fleshly body to increase from the strength of 3 ancient mammoths to the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. Once the tempering is completed, he will have an extra strength of 1 ancient mammoth. At that time, even though he will still be a martial artist at the first level of the core formation stage, he will be a martial artist at the first level of the core formation stage that possesses the strength of 5 ancient mammoths. In terms of strength, he will be superior to a martial artist at the third level of the core formation stage and inferior to one at the fourth level. An ordinary martial artist at the third level of the core formation stage possessed the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. Like the former Fresh Breeze Town branch family's 7th elder, Li Kun. A martial artist at the 4th level of the core formation stage, on the other hand, possessed the strength of 6 ancient mammoths. Like his mother, tempering the fleshly body with origin energy, it's really exciting. In accordance with the Raging Python form's mental cultivation method, Duan Ling Tian started tempering his fleshly body with origin energy for a short moment before his body trembled, causing him to immediately stop. His face emitted a bitter smile. Contrary to expectations, tempering the fleshly body with origin energy didn't cause him to feel any pain. However, the feeling of numbness, itchiness, and limpness he felt in his entire body caused him to feel extremely distressed. If an example was really given, it would be similar to thousands of ants crawling around inside his flesh. This type of feeling caused suffering that was even worse than direct pain. Bring it on. Gritting his teeth, Duan Ling Tian had a resolute gaze. As a result of the origin energy's tempering, the fleshly body became even more condensed. The lifeblood and fleshly body that originally were at the threshold were now unendingly growing and undergoing transformations at an extremely fast pace. No pain, no gain. Duan Ling Tian deeply understood this logic. After continuously cultivating until noon, Duan Ling Tian was drenched in sweat and his clothes were soaked through, slimy, and extremely uncomfortable. After taking a bath and changing into some clean and dry clothes, only then did Duan Ling Tian walk out of his room. At noon, while Duan Ling Tian was eating with his family, an unexpected guest arrived. Guild Master Su, Duan Ling Tian stays here. Outside the courtyard, a respectful voice sounded. Tian, someone's looking for you. Li Ru glanced at Duan Ling Tian. It's nothing, let him wait. Let's have lunch first. Duan Ling Tian had a tranquil expression, continuing to clamp food with his chopsticks naturally and smoothly. Duan Ling Tian, I'm the inner court's manager, Li Chang. Guild Master Su wants to see you. Outside the courtyard, a shout echoed out and entered the courtyard. Ask him to come in himself. Duan Ling Tian was slightly impatient. Outside the courtyard, Li Chang was struck dumb. This Duan Ling Tian was really unruly. Who was this old man that stood beside him? This was a figure that even their Li clan's patriarch would have to greet in respect. He was Aurora City's Alchemist Guild's guild master. Su Mo. Su, Guild Master Su, Duan Ling Tian is young and inexperienced, how about? Cold sweat poured out of Li Chang as he gazed at the old man with a bitter smile, deeply afraid that the old man would be enraged because of this. But in the next moment, he was completely stupefied. You can leave, I'll go in myself. Su Mo nodded to Li Chang and flicked out a medicinal pill towards him. After Li Chang caught the medicinal pill, he that noticed Su Mo wasn't angry nor irritated, so he slowly walked into Duan Ling Tian's house courtyard. Origin increasing pill. When he clearly saw the medicinal pill in his hand, Li Chang's gaze shone. This origin increasing pill was worth 5,000 silver. As expected of the Alchemist Guild's guild master, he's really generous. All I did was show him the way, and he gave me an origin increasing pill. Li Chang took a deep breath, slightly excited. Even though he was the Li clan's inner court manager, his monthly pay was only 1,000 silver. Normally, he loathed buying himself some origin increasing pills to increase his cultivation. Just when he was about to turn around and leave, a voice sounded from the courtyard behind him, causing his expression to freeze. He was nearly scared shitless. Geezer, you've come so early. It can't be that you came here to get a free meal, right? Let me tell you first, I didn't prepare any tableware for you. Chapter 0080. This Duan Ling Tian is a complete madman. Even if I wanted to invite Guild Master Su for food, he might not even do me the favor, but he actually directly asked Guildmaster Su to not think of getting free food. Li Chang had a strange expression as he pricked up his ears and listened. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was going to get into trouble. Unexpectedly, "Kid, don't worry, I've already eaten. You take your time and eat, I'll wait for you." Su Mo's calm voice sounded, causing Li Chang to be thunderstruck. How could this be possible? Instantly, thousands of questions arose in his heart. This Duan Lingtian, wasn't he just a branch family disciple? Why would the Aurora City Alchemist Guild's guild master, the only grade 8 alchemist in Aurora City, be so courteous to him? He couldn't figure it out. But he had already come to a decision in his heart. No matter what, he would absolutely not offend Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian finished eating, he started guiding Su Mo. An afternoon passed, and the shocked expression on Su Mo's face had never ceased. He noticed that this 16-year-old youth knew more than him, and his understanding towards a grade 7 alchemist was even at a level that was difficult for him to reach. If it wasn't for him being a youth, Su Mo would probably plan to directly take him as his master. Although it was only an afternoon, Su Mo benefited greatly. He was convinced that so long as he came here for a few more days, the threshold that had bewildered him for so long would undoubtedly be broken, enough for him to smoothly become a grade 7 alchemist. Before leaving, Su Mo had a serious expression as he asked Duan Lingtian, "Kid, what grade is your teacher?" In his opinion, the reason why Duan Lingtian had such vast knowledge was surely because of the great teacher he had. Moreover, this teacher was far from being someone a grade 7 alchemist could compare to. No, even a grade 6 alchemist, grade 5 alchemist, or even a grade 4 alchemist, they might not be able to educate such a disciple. In his heart, an insane guess arose. But he still wanted to double-check. "Even I don't know what grade my teacher is. I was lucky to see him refine a medicinal pill. At that time, the pill fire he condensed from his origin energy was a violet flame, right? Surrounding the violet flame, there was a strand of silver edging intertwined," Duan Lingtian said in all seriousness, as if it was all true. Violet silver pill fire. Su Mo's pupils constricted. He had once gone through some ancient records in County City's Alchemist Guild. On it was a record of the various grades of an alchemist in Cloud Continent. The pill fire of a grade 3 alchemist was violet and its surroundings were intertwined with copper edges. It was called violet copper pill fire. Whereas a violet pill fire with its surroundings intertwined with silver edges, that would be violet silver pill fire. It was the pill fire of a grade 2 alchemist. Grade 2 pill fire. Instantly, Su Mo felt as if the sky was about to fall. Grade 2 alchemist. "Kid, are you certain your teacher's pill fire is violet? And its surroundings has silver edges?" Su Mo's chest was rising and falling like bellows. Even at the time he condensed his pill fire when he was young and became an alchemist, he wasn't this excited. "Of course I'm certain. Oh, right, teacher told me once that he came from some foreign lands, and that he happened to come here to relax, and it so happens that he noticed my natural talent was good, thus he took me as a disciple." Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something as he spoke. Foreign lands. Su Mo's pupils constricted. As expected. He had already guessed it earlier, but after hearing what Duan Lingtian said, he confirmed his suspicions. He was confident that the term, foreign lands, not to mention Duan Lingtian, even the supreme elders of the 3 great clans of Aurora City knew nothing of it. The only reason he knew was that he had read some ancient records in the Alchemist Guild. Duan Lingtian being able to speak of the term proved that he wasn't lying. In this instant, he felt his scalp go numb. The violet-clothed youth who stood before his eyes seemed to become incomparably noble. The disciple of a grade 2 alchemist. He was confident now. If this matter were to be spread, even His Majesty, the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, would probably have to go out of his way to build a good relationship with this youth. A disciple that a grade 2 alchemist liked, his future accomplishments would certainly be extraordinary. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Su Mo was slightly perturbed as he asked, "Kid, where's your teacher? I wonder if I can have the fortune to meet him. My teacher is away for the time being. He asked me to patiently gain experience by myself and said that he would come back to visit me every now and then. If you want to meet him, when he comes the next time, I'll ask him to meet you." Duan Lingtian's brows slightly twitched. "Thank you, little brother." Su Mo had an expression filled with excitement. Even the way he addressed Duan Lingtian changed. Duan Lingtian continued, "It's a small matter, my teacher dotes on me the most. He said that out of all the disciples he took in this lifetime, my natural talent was the best. He also said that those other senior brothers and senior sisters that are at that foreign lands, they can't even compare to a finger of mine. Hey, at that time, the way he spoke even made my face red. Sumo's expression froze, but he deeply agreed. What a joke. In terms of natural talent, a 16-year-old grade 9 alchemist, even in the entire foreign lands, would still be a rare existence. Sumo, however, didn't notice that at this moment, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth were slightly twitching. He seemed to be forcefully holding back a smile. Little brother, I wonder if you're interested in joining our alchemist guild. I guarantee that once you join, you will certainly get the best treatment. In the future, even His Majesty, the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, wouldn't dare to even breathe loudly in front of you, Sumo said to Duan Lingtian, his tone filled with temptation. Seems to be not bad. Duan Lingtian lightly muttered. Sumo's eyes shone. It looked like it might be possible. But my teacher said that I can't casually tell others about him, and that I can't use his identity to make others pave the way for me. He wants me to carve my own path because only then will I have the qualifications to be a true powerhouse. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh. I've told you so much. It's already considered as violating my teacher's orders. Geezer, you better not tell another soul of what I told you just now, or else I'll tell my teacher that you forced me to tell you everything the next time he comes. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted a trace of a cunning smile. Whoosh! Sumo's face turned completely green. Little brother, please don't, just take it as I never asked. Since your honored teacher said so, you must honor and respect his teachings, and please don't get me into trouble. Sumo was slightly struck with panic. Sumo was crystal clear of what a grade 2 alchemist represented. Besides having superb medicinal refining skills, alchemists were also extremely formidable powerhouses of the martial Tao. These powerhouses were omnipotent. At this moment, he had a lingering fear in his heart. Because before today, a thought once momentarily appeared in his mind. After Duan Lingtian assists him to become a grade 7 alchemist, he would take care of Duan Lingtian and seize back his alchemist guild points. But when he looked at it now, he felt lucky that his reason and conscience had defeated this crazy thought. Or else, once something happened to Duan Lingtian, no matter how he cleaned up after himself, with the resources of a grade 2 alchemist, it would exceedingly easy for his teacher to get to the bottom of things. At that time, he could imagine what his end would be like. Don't worry, little brother, I will absolutely not tell another soul of what you've told me today. Also, if you need anything, feel free to let me know. As long as it's within my power, I will certainly not refuse. Sumo had a serious expression as he pledged sincerely. Geezer, you're too courteous, but since you're so enthusiastic, then I'll be candid, I really do require some materials lately. These materials aren't available in Aurora City. I wonder if you can help me obtain some. Duan Lingtian wrote it all down in a piece of paper before handing it over to Sumo. Sumo lowered his head and read. A total of 5 materials, 2 of which he had heard of, and they were both medicinal materials that were very rare and extremely valuable. He had no clue about the other 3 materials. I'll gather these materials as fast as possible and I'll send them to you as soon as they're gathered. Sumo assured Duan Lingtian in a serious manner. Then I'll thank you in advance. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he expressed his gratitude. Only after Sumo left did Duan Lingtian have a broad grin on his face. Everything he made up earlier were measures he used to protect himself. As for foreign lands, and the pill fire of a grade 2 alchemist, they were all things he found out of from Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories. Using it to intimidate people, there would utterly be no one that would doubt it. After all, it was impossible for even the supreme elders of the 3 great clans of Aurora City to know of these things, let alone a branch family disciple of Aurora City's Li clan. Sumo knew of it only because he was a part of the Alchemist Guild. The main branch of the Alchemist Guild was in the foreign lands. I hope that geezer can gather those 5 materials as soon as possible, because only then can I inscribe the Blood Crescent inscription. Although it isn't as strong as the Blood Explosion inscription on the spirit weapon of Aqua Mist City's He clan's supreme elder, it is nearly comparable. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with a cold light. The art of inscription was extensive and profound. An inscription master, however, was different compared to alchemists and weapons craftsmen. The latter two required their cultivation to attain a certain level before being able to condense origin energy into a pill fire or a weapon flame to refine medicinal pills or spirit weapons. The former only had a requirement towards spiritual force. As long as the inscription master had sufficient spiritual force and was able to obtain the materials required, no matter how formidable the inscription may be, he would be able to inscribe it. Origin energy, in the eyes of inscription masters, was only a tool to inscribe and activate inscriptions. The spiritual force stemmed from the soul. Maybe it was due to him having traveled through to this world, or maybe it was because he had merged with the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. Duan Lingtian's soul was terrifyingly strong. By means of estimation, based on rebirth martial emperor's memories, Duan Lingtian could almost be sure that his current spiritual force was sufficient to be compared with an origin core martial artist's. But unfortunately, in Cloud Continent, only martial emperor stage powerhouses were able to fight using spiritual force. Or else, with Duan Lingtian's current spiritual force, it would be sufficient to easily pulverize any martial artist below the origin core stage. It was precisely because of Duan Lingtian's shocking spiritual force that as long as he had sufficient materials, he could inscribe inscriptions that only an origin core stage inscription master could inscribe. Just like the Blood Crescent inscription he planned to inscribe. The Blood Crescent inscription was the inscription with the strongest might among the inscriptions he was currently capable of inscribing. It'll be different now that I broke through to the core formation stage and developed origin energy. I can now use origin energy to inscribe, so as long as my spiritual force can fulfill the requirements of the inscription, I can easily inscribe it. Thinking up to this point, a smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth.